entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
I hope I got the sound right. Did I get the sound right? Let me know if the sound's going. I am back in the saddle against my better judgment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan Smith. I need the feedback today. Very much so. Oh boy, I got myself into trouble over the weekend. I have been in Las Vegas since Wednesday. We did Access Vegas. And man, some interesting conversations. If I'm a little low energy, it's because I got 3 hours of sleep last night. Good. I'm glad you guys can hear it. You got the music. Everything's good. All right. Good. See, I nailed it this time. Now let's see if I can nail this.
How to appear charismatic, even if you're not. Some of the favorite insights I got from this. One was when you meet someone for the first time and they ask what you do, they don't actually care about what you do. What they're asking for is, please give me any remotely interesting information which I can connect with my own life. It's an opportunity for you to give an engaging and interesting answer which can leave a good impression and lead to a fun conversation. You could say like, I'm in sales now, but I did 2 psychology degrees at university and then I dropped my life and went to Brazil for 6 months, and I've got a business coaching thing online, but I really just want to retire and spend my time with dogs and start a film school. In that, there are so many different little points that the other person can grab onto. Those are the most interesting ways, I think. You have to have a little pre-prepared script. You know when someone...
Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Hold on. Back the truck up there, Mr. Chris. That sounds a lot like, I don't know, PUA?
Someone says to you, what do? You already know what you're going to say. Just make the thing that you're going to pre-prepare more interesting.
Wow. Really?
We got here to where this conversation on fatherhood is taboo for some political parties and some communities. They don't want to have it. How do we arrive at a place where we are glorifying non-traditional families, glorifying single motherhood, not saying we take anything away from single mothers, but glorifying the idea of single motherhood like that is actually the goal? How do we arrive at this place?
Well, I mean, if you go back to before the civil rights movement.
Yes, the sexual revolution. That's how we arrived here, Tommy.
Before feminism, you had the 2-parent household was very intact. We had only 9% of
before feminism. Okay, dude.
Kids growing up without a father in the home in the 50s, right? So then you had the civil rights movement come in, the feminism movement came in throughout the 60s and 70s. All of a sudden, those numbers spiked up. Moms started to co-parent with the government. They started to co-parent with the taxpayer in a sense. So they took the father out of the home in that sense where they got more benefits for not having the no man at home, right? So that's really where we see it turn. So it went from 9% then to now we're at 26, 27%. It tripled. And what's interesting is that whenever we hear about the school shootings or we hear mass shooters and stuff, everyone right away jumps to the gun conversation. Home ownership in this country, the percentage of homeowners that have guns hasn't changed since they started tracking it in 72. It's 44, 45%. That number still holds today. But the amount of fatherless homes has tripled in that time. That's where the issue is. So we saw the shift start to happen during that civil rights movement. The other big issue, Tommy, is the family court system is so corrupt in this country. I get emails.
You know, if I ever get on Tomi Lahren, I am definitely wearing my zoot suit, because if this is the character that can get on Tomi Lahren, I could sure the hell get on.
Some single moms, yes. But the number one email I get is from a dad that's pouring his heart out, that's been humiliated, that's been financially strapped, trying to get a piece of custody time with their kid. And it's so imbalanced, it's so unfair. And yet it's interesting that we want the equality everywhere. The feminism movement is against the patriarchy in every sense, but not in the family court system. In the family court system, oh, I can't survive without his money. I need to have his support. And so all of a sudden the man there's no toxic masculinity in the family court system. We need the guy. We depend on him now. So many guys are getting railroaded in the family court system. So that's another big part of this. You have the prison systems where men are sentenced to longer sentences than women. Judges will take into account that the woman has a child, that she's a mom. They don't really consider that when it's a guy. On average, it's like 50, 60% longer sentences for the same crime. Something about that needs to be done. And obviously, I'm not talking about violent offenders, these low-level offenses. And then you have your deadbeat dads, the guys that society has made it. I would think like back in the day, if you knocked up a girl or got a girl pregnant, it was like everyone kept it hush. Everyone was trying to cover it up. It was like it's seen as a bad thing. Now it's being celebrated. Teen moms is all the fuss is about. And so guys don't care. They have kids and they leave. They don't feel that sense of shame or responsibility. So I would say those four things really is what led to the crisis that we got.
Masculinity. It's a man-made construct, or a person, it's a societal construct, femininity and masculinity.
No, Scott, I'm going to stop you right there. No, it's not a man-made concept. It is an evolutionary concept. Please continue in your ignorance.
We can have it be whatever we want it to be. But masculinity is, a set of behaviors that are usually associated with people born as men. But I like to think that it's acquiring the skills and strengths such that you can protect for and advocate for others. That means early on, you got to work on yourself. You got to be strong. You got to get certification. You got to be mentally fit. You got to work really hard and try and establish skills such that you can get economic security. You can be emotionally and mentally strong. And the whole point, the whole shooting match is such that you can protect others. You can provide for your family. You can provide for yourself. And then at some point in your life, you can start advocating for and protecting others. That is true masculinity. And by the way, it's not just the domain of men.
It's true masculinity based on social constructionism. Okay, carry on.
A lot of women demonstrate wonderful masculine attributes. It's getting up at 5.
So I guess it doesn't make any difference then, right? If it's about the attributes, then I guess it doesn't make any difference. It's all relative, right? Right, Scott? And this is a guy who's supposed to be conservative.
At 6 a.m. and going to work and doing shitty work such that you can protect your family economically. But for God's sakes, it's never using your masculinity to in any way oppress people or to be some sort of predator for women physically.
Because that would be bad.
Physically or sexually, or not have the same level of respect and admiration for women. So I think.
So you're a dick on a leash, right?
We need some traditionally, masculine figures to start advocating a new form of masculine. And also.
Yeah, but they come off as feminine, Scott.
To say that it's okay to be masculine. It's okay to want to have sex. It's okay to take risks.
And be viewed as a predator, right?
It's not about waiting for a man to prove that he can protect you, love you, and honor you before you choose to soften and trust.
That's not what Scott just said.
Yes, there are certain things, of course, that we get to wait to share before there is deep trust and intimacy in a relationship. And what I have seen in working with thousands of women is if they're operating from this space of I actually don't trust, then they're consistently consuming and attracting evidence to affirm that. So if you're guarded, right, and you're pushing men away and you're not experiencing the love life that you really want, we get to call the power back, turn the energy and the focus inwards and look at, okay, if I choose to trust, if I choose to soften, if I choose to open up, what does that feel like now? How can I let my body get familiar with that frequency so then I can be a match for that?
I can help you get familiar with your body.
I am teaching a free masterclass called How to Attract the Emotional Available Partner. So if you're interested in that, definitely grab your seat now. The link is in my bio. And if it's disappeared, you can DM me.
Power of the pussy. Once you discover this for yourself and use it, it is mind-blowingly amazing and fun. All you gotta do is call him up and say, hey, and he will drop whatever it is that he is doing. Be here in 5 minutes and
words. And that's what I had to do. And it really helped me as well. The words that I made for myself were, I am bold, I am brilliant, I am beautiful, I am worthy of all.
I am a creature unlike any other. I am a catch. I am amazing with or without this person. I am fabulous. Anyone would be so unbelievably lucky to date me.
I love you. And I love you was the hardest one of them all.
Saying that every single day.
And it wasn't like I just said these things and overnight it like bada bing, bada boom, like I'm my best confidence. It was dedication.
I'm talking to women and they say, Rollo,
I can't find a guy. I am 36 years old. I did everything I was ever told to do. I got my career on point. I got my money on point. I've got everything else. And these guys just aren't living up to my expectations. They're not making as much or more than I am. They're not eligible bachelors. Then they say, well, what's the solution to this? I said, well, guys who are in your particular cohort don't want to have anything to do with a woman who's a professional woman who's 36 years old, whatever it is, has her own things together, because you don't need a man. They don't need a man. They want a man. Because they don't need that man for, like, independent women are independent of what? Of men and their support. So they don't need that.
They make 300 grand a year and they have a Glock.
That's part of that.
Is a woman's nature to want to branch from one man to another that she seems as a better option. She deems as a better worthy option. So if she's with a man right now that's making $20,000 a year, she's always has her eye on the man who's making 30. If she's with a guy who's 30, she wants a guy who's making 50. If she's with a guy who's 50, she wants a guy that's making 60. And that's in every aspect. So it could be in looks, it could be in intelligence, it could be in work, it could be whatever it is. Pretty much, it doesn't matter who you are as a man. The moment that she sees somebody else who shows interest that is of a higher caliber than her, or a higher caliber than you, that's hypergamy. That's how hypergamy works, and all women think this way. Back in the day, back in the day, like our parents, the older generation, they couldn't it was still there, but they couldn't practice it because they didn't have social media. They didn't have a global market to work with.
No, brother, they most definitely had a marketplace to exercise it in. Hey,
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Hey, welcome to the Podclass. I'm going to put an overlay that says Podclass. I think I'm going to go with that from here on out. How are you guys doing? Oh man, what a weekend and what a week it was. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going to sort of dig into, it's funny, whenever I put out the videos, like the preview videos at the beginning of my shows, I usually use those because like people send them to me over the week, and then I just kind of kick them off as I go. But I really want to like hang on to each and every one of these because I think I might riff on every single one of these today. So I'm just going to leave them in the archive. So how's it going? Oh, I was at Babes in Toyland. Thank you very much. That was that was one of those. It's one of those weekends, that's for sure. So let's explain. Let's see, where was I? Should we do a week in review? Like, no, Rollo, get right down to the meat. Okay, well, we'll get to the meat today. I was, of course, in Vegas doing Access Vegas. We had a really good show. I thought it was good. I think it was a little bit more low key than the other shows, but I think the conversation wise, I thought it was fantastic. And I think a lot of people want the show to be something. They really want us to be like fresh and fit. And when Mike and I set out to do Access Vegas, that was like the furthest thing from our minds. We didn't want to do a show where it was Maury Povich, right? We didn't want it to be all red meat. And we didn't want it to be really what I think kind of whatever podcast is becoming, Purple Pill podcast is maybe not so much. Sergio's actually got something going on there, but he's kind of underrated right now. Pearl, for example. There's a lot of guys, a lot of people that are getting into this template. And I was watching the interview between Sartorial Shooter and Myron in Dubai just recently. And he said something to that same effect. He said there's a lot of people that are trying to, I guess, ape the template. But the problem is that most of these guys don't have a background in the red pill. And that's why I keep harping on the fact that, when the secret to the success of that formula is not the template itself. It's not let's just gather a bunch of girls around a table and let's talk to them and see if we can get them drunk enough so they'll throw White Claws at each other across the table, or we can Frank Castle them, or exactly, keep it jail. It ends up becoming MTV, right? It ends up becoming they want MTV, not PBS. That's actually pretty good. But yeah, it becomes entertainment. That's why, where is I?
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
That's why I used to, by the way, that's the original intro. I haven't used the original intro in quite some time, and I thought it was appropriate again, so I came back to it.
But I get it. A lot of people say, "Oh, Rollo, I don't know why you're doing this show. This is not you. Mike's this way and you're that way." And it's like, it's not the Rational Male. It's Access Vegas. Okay, you want me solo? I remember a time when it was myself and it was Pat Campbell, and I got a similar complaint. Like, people would say, "Rollo, we want Rollo solo." You know, they like Pat well enough, and Pat's one of my mentors. You know, God rest his soul, right? There you go, Pat. That's for you. I have a little ritual. Maybe I should let you in on at some point about Pat Campbell. But when I first started with Pat, I had a lot of people who were saying, you know, Rollo, we want you solo. We want to hear what you have to say. Just ramble on, like basically do what I've been doing right now. And so I did, you know, and unfortunately, Pat passed away. But I think in the beginning, people really wanted to hear me solo, and they didn't want to have that interaction between Pat and myself, which I thought was really tragic, because I really like that, because we bounce ideas off of each other, both privately and when we were on the show, his show in Tulsa, Oklahoma, or mine. And I get the same kind of vibe with Mike. Now, it's a different show. So Mike's going to go and talk about, you know, intersexual dynamics and evolutionary psychology to the girls. And yes, sometimes their eyes glaze over and it goes on a little bit too long when it does. But that's the show is about conversation. It's not about, it's not NASCAR. It's not waiting for the next car wreck. Nobody cares who wins. They just want to see who's going to wreck the car, right? So there's no, I don't have any updates on Tate. The only thing I know about Tate is that he is still stuck in Romania, and they declined his appeals for bail, as well as Tristan too, which actually I kind of think is for the best, because I wouldn't want to see them broken up, like split apart. I think they're stronger together than they are apart. Did you? No, I did not. No, I don't. No, I use another method. Anyways, so it was like when it was me and Pat, that's a different show than this show, than the Rational Male. When I'm on with Mike Sartain, that's a different show than me and you guys, me and you. It's all very intimate. Welcome to the classroom, right? And so you got me one-on-one, and it's also a different dynamic when if you are interested, you can join my Patreon, and you can join our Patreon call, which will be tomorrow, by the way. And I have a group of guys who I limit it to 25. I think we're at like 15 right now. And there's a different dynamic when I'm essentially running the show with a group of 10, 15 guys where we're interrelating. That's a different show. So it's, and I get that. And I understand, Katie. I realize that. He's on Adderall or something. No, I wish it was Adderall. Then I could at least blame it on something. No, he's not on Adderall. Here's what I think. And I love Pat like I love Pat like a father, but I love Mike like a brother. And he and I think are a pretty good mix, in the same way that Pat Campbell and I are pretty good. We're a pretty good mix. And wait, hold on. God damn it. Hold on. Here's that attention you wanted.
Hey, y'all.
I got to give it to you. I got to give it to Tori. Tori was actually out in Vegas too, which we missed each other by like a day, I think. It's probably a TRT. You're right. But so it's a different dynamic. It's a different show. And I think I have to kind of like pace myself with Mike, as well as Myron too. Okay. And it's not anything, this is not a flame against those guys. It's just that they're at different steps that I've kind of already gone through, if that makes any sense. So I think Mike's kind of in the honeymoon phase right now, where it's like, he'll go to Purple Pill podcast. He'll go do this podcast. He'll do it. Whatever works is great. He'll just go and do it. And I used to be the same way. I would go do fucking anything, man. I'll just do it. But now I'm at the point where it's like, okay, where's the real meat? Where's the real conversation going to happen? And that's why I wanted to develop Access Vegas into what it's becoming. And I'm very happy with the way it's sort of developing. It's bloody expensive, but I think if I could get to the point where Access Vegas was just sort of like self-perpetuating, like it would pay for itself, then I'll be happy. I'll be at a level where I'm kind of comfortable and happy with it. Right now, it's bloody expensive to do it, but we'll get to that point. it takes a while for a book and a show to mature. And so we're still maturing into like what Access Vegas is going to be at some point. But when I'm on with Mike and when I'm doing work with Mike, for instance, we were just at Babes in Toyland, which was yesterday or last night, I should say, a matter of hours ago, actually. I was in West Hollywood. I threw out a few things. If you want to see the pictures, they're all on my Instagram right now. I was up with CJ Sparks and I guess Jessica Vaughn I ran into. And by the way, I ran into some other guys from my Patreon group as well who actually drove out to the event just to see me and shake my hand and hang out. And it was good. It was a very good time. It was fun. It was very enjoyable, but it's work. And when I am on and I'm sort of working with Mike, it's a different vibe, I guess, for lack of a better word. I hate to use merch, right? Yes, you're right. He's at the honeymoon phase. And so like, it seems like he's on Adderall. He's not on Adderall. He's where I was about 2 years ago, where I feel like I have to, not yammer on, but I feel like I have to like be as comprehensive as possible so that there's no mistakes made, because we live in the age and the era of like 30-second buzz clips. And so he's kind of at that stage right now. I still get in trouble for that, which we're going to discuss today, because that's actually the topic of today's show, why modern women need a man. Because when I do 30-second buzz clips, that's when I get taken out of context. And I'm going to explain to you why I prefer not to do those things, but they're a necessary evil. So I will dig into that one. The reason for today's theme was from that one of the last clip that I was in here just a little while ago, where I explained to the girls, not last night, but not last Access, but the show before, the show prior, a very common concept that we talk about all the time in the red pill, which is women have become the men that they want to marry. And when you explain that to the modern woman, I think it triggers the cognitive dissonance. And you've heard me talk about this before. I'm going to dig into why women have no trouble with cognitive dissonance until it's pushed in their face, until it's rubbed in their nose. And that's what I did. And I'm happy to do it. I'll do it again. And I'll do it again. And I'm happy to do it. Because that's really what my show's always been about, comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. So I don't say I got in trouble, but I got a lot of pushback, let's say, for that one clip that I'll replay here in just a moment. But it was making women who are not aware of my content, aware of like some of the more inflammatory stuff that I talk about. And it's interesting to me to see how that like very simple, what I would call a maxim really of the red pill, how it gets taken out of context, or how people, how it was particularly women, interpret it as an attack. And it's like, no, it's not an attack. It's actually, the reason why I say that is because I am observing sort of a phenomenon. Oh, thank you. Soralita, my girl. She actually became a new member. I guess I have to celebrate, right? I need a sound drop for the celebration here. You can have... You're goddamn right. Thank you very much for becoming a member. You too can become a member. It's very cheap. It's the lowest price of what, $9.99? I forget what I put. I don't even know what I put the memberships at. I just started doing it because I want to be able to give like a little bit higher level of content. I don't even, quite honestly, as far as doing like memberships and stuff is concerned, I'm probably going to, you'll get early access pretty much like everything else I do when it comes to Patreon. But when I break into new markets, I guess, for lack of a better term, when I find a new audience, that's when people lose their shit. And I did the same thing on Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, you'll never see this because I don't think they're going to release the second half of my show with Dr. Phil. I think they're going to kill, if they haven't already, I think they're probably going to run out the rest of whatever content they'd already shot up to that point, and then they're done. So I'm sorry, maybe you get to see it, maybe you don't. I don't know. It's probably on the cutting room floor somewhere. But and it's a damn shame too, because I had that conversation, the exact same conversation with Dr. Phil. And of course I exposed that, those uncomfortable truths, those uncomfortable observations. I asked the wrong questions, right? And I presented it to Dr. Phil and I said, hey, the modern men today are superfluous. Of course, he didn't even know what the hell the word superfluous was, which was surprising to me. This is a guy who's a college educated dude. You got to know what the word superfluous is, right? I didn't think it was a $10 word. I thought it was something that people were really familiar with. But the reason why I said that is because, the average woman doesn't want the average man. In fact, the average woman you'll hear women repeat this over and over on my show, on Myron's show, on damn near every one of these shows. Hell, even whatever podcast, Valuetainment, you name the show, you'll hear women say, I don't need a man. I do not need a man. I want a man, but I don't need a man. And I am going to tell you today, ladies, if you're watching, I will look you directly in the eye and say, you bloody well need a man. You do. In some way, somehow, you need a man. And, my joke, of course, is always this, like, what kind of man do you want? What's the kind of man you want? Because clearly the guy that you don't need is the guy who can do nothing for you. And that's one of those uncomfortable truths that expose a cognitive dissonance. And I'll dig into the cognitive dissonance thing here in a little bit. However, and I am looking at all your super chats. Don't worry, I'm starring them. I'm trying to anyways. I got Sam Bottas in the chat. I got Tori in the chat. Tori, I think I got you modded. And I think Samishi's in the chat too. So I got, Soralita, I got to make you a mod just so you can boot these ass hats. Would you like to be a mod so you can boot the assets? So I got myself into a little bit of trouble on the previous, not last Thursday, but the previous Access Vegas, and that's where that clip came from. But we had a similar conversation on Thursday, and we, of course, posed this question to the ladies on the panel. Would, for the right guy, for your dream boat, right, for your dream date, for your dream guy, would you give up Instagram? Would you give up your social media? And the response, of course, is almost universally the same. So Brian, from whatever podcast, if you're watching this show and you use that line, understand what you're getting yourself into so you can defend that point when it comes back at you and blows up in your face, okay? Because what happens is whenever you present that line, whenever you say, hey, would you give up your Instagram? The problem with all that is, well, women say, no, I would never do that. They get offended that you would even suggest that. That's the question. They get offended that you would ask that question. It's not because the concept never enters their head. But the very fact that you would ask the question, would you turn off your Instagram, turn off your OnlyFans, turn off your Facebook, turn off all your social media if you found the right bro, if you found the guy who's like, I'm ride or die, man, this is the dude for me, my one, my soulmate, if you believe in that crap. If you found that guy, and I'm not saying he asked you to do that, but if you found the guy and you didn't want there to be any like, oh, hell, I don't want him to think I'm looking for anybody else, I'm going to go and just blow off all my social media, would you do that? And the number one answer every single time we ask this is, of course, no. But the other thing is they have to back it up. There's always a rationale, because what that question asks is it forces women to confront cognitive dissonance. And the cognitive dissonance revolves around how men and women's sexual strategy, mating strategies work. And I'll explain that here in just a moment. But the idea, the concept, the very fact that Rollo Tomasi or Mike Sartain or anybody else, Myron, whoever, would ask that means you're an incel. It's offensive. It's literally offensive for women to have to confront that. Because what will happen is it's them confronting a cognitive dissonance. That cognitive dissonance is that it's threatening to not have social media. It's threatening to not have a basis for which they can advertise their sexuality. And I'll tell you why that is, because it's actually inherent. It's like inherent to women's mating strategy. So to question it forces them to actually consider it. And I've gotten into the similar problems with guys whenever we talk about approach anxiety. Like, why is it that approach anxiety is something that all men tend to struggle with? Well, you can go back to the evolutionary reasons, but the problem is not in like considering the reasons for it. It's the question itself, because what happens is like you sort of put yourself into the position of remembering the last time you choked, or that you had approach anxiety, or you didn't want to approach because you knew damn well you were going to get rejected. I'm going to get rejected. You're like, I'm going to sit over here on the side of the, that's that isolation. Isolation feels better than actually having to go out and do something. And of course, I'm going to quote the inimitable Pook here is rejection is better than regret. You'll find that in the first book. But the very question, the idea of considering approach anxiety is stressful for a certain type of guy. And considering the question of would you delete your Instagram or your OnlyFans is distressing. That is like, it's like psychological anxiety. And every single time you'll see that watch for this. I have no doubt Pearl's going to go and ask this question, or Brian or everybody else. And Myron's actually the one. We ripped it off from Myron. So just, big ups to Myron. But it's a great question because it forces women to reconsider what it is that they're doing. That puts them on the spot. And I think it's actually a manifestation of a larger dynamic, but let's dig into that really quickly, because here's what I said. And I'll probably do a clip of this from Access Vegas, but I will give you the short version here, the shorter version here. What I said was this, is that when we consider men and women's mating strategy, and by the way, that's why I threw in Chris Williamson's video in here, because I'm going to switch back to him in just a second. When we consider the differences between men's mating strategy and women's mating strategy, of course, women's mating strategy is hypergamy, men's unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. However, men have the burden of performance, meaning that, and that, by the way, is out of book 2. Thank you very much. So when you hear that, this guy, so that performance, that performative quality of game, that performative quality of like dating, of qualifying yourself for consideration to become intimate with a woman, that's just part of male nature. That's something we have to do. And that, by the way, and that's something that is part of our firmware. It's not necessarily something that we're taught or something. I mean, we are taught how to make it work better. But the desire to be a quote unquote dancing monkey or do triple monkey backflips, right, is innate. No one had to teach Johnny to ride wheelies down the street on his bicycle to get Susie's attention, and to do dangerous things and to take risks at like 6 years old. Okay. No, it just comes natural, right? It's just part of male bonehead masculine nature, which is also very noble, but in this case, maybe it's kind of bonehead. But when they're foolish risks anyway, but the want to perform is inherent to the male psyche. And I think that's the problem that a lot of people have with all the dancing monkey stuff. But what happens is, as a part of needing to perform or feeling an innate need to perform to qualify for intimacy, what that does is it turns men, especially in the 21st century, turns them into salesmen. And we've always been kind of salesmen, pitchmen, right? Like, select me, choose this dick right here. Here, let me tell you, it's on sale today, $29.95. And wait, there's more. I've got a great job and I like dogs and I like to take long walks on the beach, right? The guys is usually men are pitching. Let's just say 80 to 90% of guys are pitching. They are putting themselves out there. They end up becoming salesmen. Women are marketers. They're advertisers. They don't have to go and sell a product. They can if they want, and we know where that goes. But for the most part, they advertise their sexuality. So and this is Raul Tomasi, the brand manager here. This is from 20 plus years in marketing. Women are the advertisers, and in no other era in any other point in history has it been easier, has it been better for women to be able to market themselves. If you read my 5th book, The Player's Handbook, which by the way is the first link in the description there, the very first chapter there is called Brand Management, and that's really where we've gone as far as dating is concerned. And really, man. So what does that consist of? I had to think about this after I had the conversation on Access Vegas, and I was driving home, and I'm like, how does that work? Like, guys end up being the salesman, they become the pitchman, unless they're Justin Waller, and then they can advertise. Yes, I know there's some guys who don't have to do jack shit, but even those guys still have to be, they can't be bums, right? But so I'm driving home, and I'm thinking, men are the guys who, because we have a burden of performance, we're the ones that are pitchmen, whereas women are advertising. Now here's the clutch, right? Is when a man and a woman get together, the man is expected to stop pitching. He's expected to be faithful and loyal and give up his salesmanship, his brinksmanship, his salesmanship of selling himself to other women. Because if there's any kind of, we call that impropriety, right? If it seems like people accuse me of it all the time. I was with CJ Sparks at Babes in Toyland just yesterday. Oh, Rollo's married. What's he doing with all these hot babes? Because that's what I do. And my wife is cool with that. And she knows I'm not like trying to bang these girls. I'm there because that's what I do. And by the way, that's always what I've done. Whether it was in the casinos or it was in, wine and spirits, or whether it was in the clubs in Hollywood back in the late 80s and early 90s. It's always what I've done. I've always been around that. And that's so what, like when people throw rocks at me and say, Rollo doesn't know what he's talking about. He hasn't been in the action in a long time. No, dude, I've been in the action since I was freaking 19 years old. And I'm still here in the action watching this happen. Am I out there trying to pick up girls? No. But you know what I'm doing? I'm watching you guys try to pick up girls, which is what I did last night. And I took a lot of notes. I am like Diane Fossey or Jane Goodall of the Red Pill, man. I'm like gorillas in the mist, like Red Pill in the mist, watching the humans writing this wasn't successful. This alpha didn't get laid. But I'm out there watching this happen. Do I have a big, gigantic notch count? No. Like, relatively speaking, anyways. I didn't think it was all that low until like everybody's talking about, oh, mine's in the thousands. But when I am out there and taking these notes, I ask myself questions like this. I'm like, well, why would it be that guys are the ones that are the pitchmen and women are the advertisers? But when when men and women come together, particularly now, men are expected to give up their sales job of selling themselves to women so that they can get laid and they can find the girl that they've got, right? Get into a long-term relationship. But there's no onus on women to stop advertising. And that's the problem, ladies. That's the root of the problem. Because asking the question, would you give up your Instagram for the right guy? Asking that question, the reason why that just makes the fur on their neck stand up on every one of these shows is because it triggers what I call the existential fear in women. We'll get to that. But it's also asking that woman, would she stop advertising? Will you stop advertising yourself on Instagram? Will you stop advertising your ass on OnlyFans? Will you stop advertising yourself, please? You don't have to stop dressing the way I like the way you dress. You're sexy. Just, every man wants a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. And to be his slut, she has to stop advertising. Advertise to him. But that's not what happens. It's a constant state of advertising. I gave if you watched Access Vegas on Thursday, I've done this before. I throw out a few examples. Like I could probably dig it up. There is a shot of like these soccer players. I think Messi's one of them, and Ronaldo's another. And if you look at their Instagram pages and you look at their girlfriends' Instagram pages, it's like a different world. So you got the soccer player, who's, by the way, is like these are the elite level soccer players. Football, if you'd like to use the proper vernacular. Those guys, it's them and their family and the girl there, and they're on the beach, right? And then you go over to the girls, the girlfriend or the wife or whatever, you go over to her Instagram, it's her on the same beach, no one else there. Like she's just like, oh, I'm just luxuriating on, in the French Riviera or wherever the hell they are, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no onus on her to stop advertising. And if you ask, that means you're insecure. If you say, well, if I would never consider it because if a guy was to ask me that, then that would mean he's insecure. So, and that's what I got, by the way. That was the response that I got from that. So, yeah, it was, Katie, I could go dig it up, but I would have to go scrub through like 3 hours of the show to go get it. I probably should have done that. But again, I just flew back from, I literally got off the plane, came here, ran with Ned for about half an hour, came back in here and did show prep. That's all I've done all day today. So sorry, I'm the hardest working guy in the freaking manosphere. I agree. But anyways, the point I'm making is this, is that women advertise and men are salesmen. But when men and women get together, there's no expectation of women to stop advertising when there is an expectation of men to stop selling, to stop making pitches, to stop going out there and performing for other women. Because if they do, it means he doesn't have any interest. He's not really solid. He's not dependable. It's like it's almost like infidelity. A man can be like emotional. What is it? Emotional infidelity. It's an emotional affair. You didn't fuck the girl, but you were like emotionally invested in that girl. Oh, divorce papers. But there's no divorce papers for keeping your Instagram on and constantly advertising in case the shit hits the fan, right? And that's really what it comes down to, and that's the existential fear of women. Okay, let me push back. I am not a conservative. Thank you very much. Let's go back to these here real quick. I'll see if I can rifle through these because we are at the 41-minute mark. So do women COs who fall in love with the inmates find those men economically viable? No, they don't. That's a really good, that is going, but thank you, Emilio. Here, wait, let's give you something for that here. Thank you. That's brilliant. Emilio Emilio the Phoenix. That's brilliant, actually, because it kind of locks in with another topic that I'm working on right now. Maybe I'll dig into it. So do women COs who fall in love, is it commanding officers, is COs, or are you mean like COs, like chief operating officers? I don't know. Who fall in love with inmates, I guess it would be like in the prisons. Find those men economically viable? No, they don't. They find them hot and dominant and domineering, really. Why can't we ever talk about the incongruency of women? Because that is cognitive dissonance. Maybe I'll retitle today's show Cognitive Dissonance in Women, right? Because that's really what it is. That's why I threw that on there. Here's why women need a man. If I say that, and I did say that on several occasions, when I say that, it triggers women's cognitive dissonance. Same way that you are right now, Emilio the Phoenix. Why can't we ever talk about that? Well, the reason why is because you can't even ask the question. Because if you ask the question and it makes women feel bad, and the reason they're feeling bad is because they have to confront cognitive dissonance, then the only recourse to having to confront that cognitive dissonance is to reframe the argument in emotional terms. Who hurt you? Only an incel would ask that, Emilio. Only an incel would think of those things. No. And even if that were true, answer the fucking question. Answer the goddamn question. Never happens, right? Exactly. And then also the reason why I see this is kind of poignant, Emilio, is you got to take into consideration what you're saying, of course. And yes, I have seen the, thank you very much. You can stop sending me hold on, Rick. You can stop sending me that story about the ladies who got fired or are no longer working with the inmates because it was so rampant that they were having like sex in the prison. Was it in the UK, I think. I'll dig into it. If you want me to, I'll go dig it up. Somebody, maybe Sammy can go dig up that story for me. I'll be happy to read it to you. Sam, if you can find that, it's been floating around. I'm sorry to do this to you on the fly. But it's the inmate story, and essentially it's another example of hybristophilia, which is women's tendency to want to have sex with hot inmates or convicted criminals or, basically death row, murderers. Boston, or was it Anders Breivik and Nicholas Cruz and whoever the kid was? There's a Boston Marathon bomber, Richard Ramirez. There are countless examples of hybristophilia. And I will say right now, let me hedge my bets because I know ladies are going to take this clip, or some son of a bitch is already taking it right now. And it's already clipped. And I haven't even finished the show, but what will happen is I have to clarify this. Okay. Not all women are hybristophiles, but only women are hybristophiles. That's the key. Okay. So do all women like want to get with thugs? Not all of them, but it's only women who want to get with thugs. There's very few men who want to get with female thugs. If they exist, somebody could give me a link. I'll be happy to read your article. Can Rollo or anyone point me to the right direction to learn more about feminism, please? I've done full episodes on that, Rick. Especially the theory of there are no ways of feminism. That was also, Rick, I will put the, gosh, it's I should probably do another one pretty soon. That was kind of an old video. I have done like full dedicated shows to feminism where I talk about exactly that. I'll dig the links up for you. Let's see here. Supernatural fart spreader. What? Wait. Hold on. That's too good. Too good. Bravo. Why do you think we're on the verge of hyperinflation? Did I say we were? Yep. Modern feminism. You can see the increasing of price of everything around the 1970s. What happened in the 60s? Yep. Yeah. What happened in the 60s? The sexual revolution. I have a, by the way, I now have, thank you, fart spreader. Bro, really? I have a Substack now. If you guys are unfamiliar with it, God damn it, I didn't put the link in the description. I have a Substack now. If you go and you look at my Twitter, there's a link to it there. But I'm now writing on Substack. If you want to, it's only $10 a month, or you can pay for a year, whatever you want to. It's sort of kind of keeping me honest with writing is concerned. I'm getting back into blogging and getting back into the writing because I'm starting to work on maxims right now. So I'm kind of getting into Rollo the author mode right now. But one of the articles that I'm working on is 1971. And I know there's a lot that's been said about that. Mostly when people talk about 1971, they usually point to like socioeconomic stuff, like the gold standard. And, it's George Gammon kind of stuff. But I'm going to approach it from a red pill perspective. So that's coming up, something to look forward to. Rollo, have you watched Piers Morgan lately? You mean, I've seen some clips. Do you mean him defending Tate or starting to sound more and more like Tate? Yeah, I've seen those clips. If that's what you're referring to, then yes, I have seen those. Hey, Rollo, Siege D. Really? That's actually pretty good. I don't know if I deserve a sound drop. Hey, Rollo, what do you think of Red Pill Shove, the Real Man channel? I'm not sure I've seen it yet. He's on the Red Pill Alliance frequently. I'll take him over Ricky Red Pill. Ricky Red Pill is not Red Pill. Ricky Red Pill is not even. I want to like Ricky Red Pill. I really, really do. I know he was throwing rocks at me like about 2 months ago or whatever. I want to like the guy because his delivery is just like sweet. But dude, at least come correct, please. At least be able to defend points. Another good example of guys who get into this space and they start rattling off what they remember of what I've said or what Myron has said. And then they get backed into a corner by even just like someone like Hafiz, right? They get backed into a corner by somebody and they don't know how to defend the points. If you don't know how to defend red pill points, I have two options for you. One, stop doing it and get out. Just like leave, go find another niche. The other thing is, once I get maxims done, then you'll have a point of reference. So you'll know what we're talking about when we say women break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. Or, you know, you name the maxim that you probably spout off on whatever show you happen to be on. And at least you'll have some kind of reference guide for the maxims that you're spouting, and maybe you'll be able to defend those points. Oh, that's you. Chauv? Am I saying that right? Somebody needs to I need like a lexicon. I need like, you know, like when you go to dictionary.com, it says pronounce this. That's what I need that. Okay. All they're saying is shut up and sacrifice. Yeah. Sam Whiskey is watching these things. Yeah. Well, we're going to get to the responsibility part here in just a bit. I'm gonna turn the flamethrower on Jordan Peters here in a little while. What? No. Yes, we're gonna go there. Sorry, not sorry. Is it possible to be satisfied in life without friends and family? I don't know. Who are you? Are you? Why are you asking me? Satisfied in life. What's satisfied? First off, you will never be satisfied. Period. With or without friends and family, you will never be satisfied. Stop thinking in those terms. Stop thinking in terms of long-term contentment. Life is about discontent, and I don't mean life is a piece of shit, right? I don't mean that at all. I'm just saying you will never be content, and that's a good thing. I'm going to talk about that when I start digging into Jordan Peterson here in a minute. Actually, thank you for. Actually, I should give you one of these. There you go, because that's pertinent to what we're going to talk about. Can you be satisfied in life? You can live on a mountaintop and like be a Tibetan monk. Is that satisfying? What have you done? Nothing. Doesn't matter. Cool. I'm one with the universe. I didn't even see that because I have my eyes closed. That's going to be the next. There's your meme for here. Wait, here's your meme. There you go. And I do that deliberately to trigger green line bros. Okay, so that's that. We'll talk about that. Stand by, my friend. Hi. Many women say that men's nature has to be controlled and suppressed. Many men say that men's nature needs to be controlled and suppressed because men are angry and dangerous for society and women. What do you think about this? Okay. What you've just described is what's called the male anger bias. And Mike Sartain, if you're watching, listen up. There is an evolutionary principle. By the way, I didn't make that up. This is like, I want to say I pulled this from Gad Saad or I pulled it from Steve Stewart Williams. But there is what's called the male anger bias. And what it is it's women's default. It's better to err on the side that a man is going to lose his shit. Like the man is angry. The man is hostile. He could be violent. Because in our evolutionary past, women and children, by the way, who adopted the idea, the psychological sort of framework that if a guy is showing signs or even if he's just walking down the street, the presumption is always that that guy is going to be angry and he has the potential for violence. He has the potential to be hostile. And really, that's what the Duluth model of feminism is based on. If you don't know what the Duluth model of feminism is, it's the founding principle of why we take the man to jail in domestic violence. There's other parts of it as well, but it's the reason why the guy gets pulled out of a domestic dispute and spends the night in the tank is because of the male anger bias. The presumption is that the guy he's bigger. By and large, 99% of the time, the guy's bigger, stronger, can do more damage. And if he's pissed off and he's halfway drunk or he's buzzed or whatever, well, we got to get him out of the house. Well, that presumption, whether it's true or it's not of the individual, and I'll tell you what's interesting is when I bring this up, people nod their heads and go, yeah. But then when I say, well, men are like this and women are like this, then they'll go, no, that's not always true. Not everyone's like that. I'm like, well, and if that's the case, then we need to rearrange our laws a little bit because you have a male anger bias. Cognitive dissonance. But what the anger bias is that in our evolutionary past, women adapted to the idea that perhaps any guy could be violent at any time. And so therefore, unless the guy's raising his voice or the guy's just sort of imposing or whatever, the presumption is that it's safer to assume the guy could be angry than not angry. Because if you presume he's not and he is, then you're going to die. And so that translates over into just sort of like human nature and just how we view each other. Now, men, I think we have a better read on other men, but it has been in the best interest of women and children over the course of our evolutionary history to presume that guys are pissed off and want to beat the shit out of each other or them or whoever, right? So that's where that comes from. So that's also, and by the way, Richard Reeves was just tweeting about this not too long ago. Because Steve Stewart Williams was talking about how testosterone and how the biological realities of masculinity and femininity, and one of those happens to be the fact that men are more prone to violence. We're more prone to hostility. We get pissed off. We express our emotions with our fists more often than not. And that, of course, is, well, we got to control these guys. We got to get them on, I don't know, sedatives, give them porn, give them alcohol, give them Vicodin, give them weed. We'll have a much less violent society. Like that's another thing, by the way, that Richard Reeves was talking about in our interview on Access Vegas. Thank you very much. Which you can see right here on this channel. And I like Richard Reeves quite a bit. I want to, and people say, well, he's a liberal. Yeah, he is. But, a lot of people disagreed with me before they started agreeing with me. And again, once you sort of put things in no uncertain terms, people kind of have to, one way or another. I don't care if he says, oh, Rollo, you were right. I'm not looking for that. I would just like to, see what happens. It's an experiment. But Richard Reeves was saying something to the effect of, he was quoting Dr. Steven Pinker, which is, we live in a less violent society than any other societies that came before us, which is true. But again, correlation is not causation. So why is that? Well, is it because we have porn, weed, alcohol, prescription drugs? Is it is it because men have been socially conditioned to be less violent, or is it because we raise our boys as if they're defective girls? It's not that the machine is less violent. It's just that we have better ways to suppress that violence with our sedations. And by sedations, you know what I mean by that, like pornography, alcohol, everything I mentioned before. So does that mean that we're never going to be like that? Does that mean we've affected, hey, we've finally lowered testosterone and lowered sperm counts, and we've lowered masculinity, and we've lowered men's, propensity for violence? Yeah, in first world Western cultures, I'm sure maybe that's true, but even that's not even really true. But by rate of comparison, you can't deny that we are probably a whole lot less violent today than they were back in medieval time, the Dark Ages. Yeah, okay, you got me. But that doesn't mean that the machine wasn't built for violence. And that's where I would go with that. But thank you for that, YOLO or NOK. YOLO. Was that YOLO? Yeah, that was YOLO. What else we got here? Access Vegas. Mike mentioned women could use 2 X chromosomes to make a baby, but the baby can only ever be a girl. Well, men could perfect the artificial womb and make boys and girls. Perfect. Nice choice of words there, Rational Trucker. Perfect it. We've perfected the art of not having to fuck anymore. We've perfected the art of not having, we're going to grow babies in a vat. And you go down to the baby store and buy a baby. And we're going to have government requisitions for you to go jizz in a cup, and your girlfriends or women, you're going to have to go donate X amount of your eggs to the body banks. And you're going to have to, submit, that'll be part of your taxes. Put enough jizz in a cup or put enough eggs in a cup or whatever. And then we're going to make some babies because we got to get the fertility rate up somehow. Yeah. I don't see that as like progress or perfection. Maybe call me old fashioned, but heterosexuality, I think it's going to make a comeback. Yeah. Sticking with it. Super Duty OHV, off highway vehicle. That is what my snowmobiles are. Women will need men as inflation eats away at their purchasing power, and they will no longer be able to have financial independence with their own jobs. That sounds a lot like slavery, though, Super Duty OHV. That sounds tyrannous. That sounds like madness. You want a woman to be your indentured servant? Yeah. Well, we're gonna cover that one here in a minute. But that's part of that existential fear I was just talking about. I don't see that happening in the immediate future, although who knows, the meteorite might hit tomorrow. What else? Rollo, you should react to Michael Knowles' appearance on whatever podcast. Oh, but if I do, then I hate Brian and I hate Michael Knowles. And why do you have a problem with Michael Knowles, Rollo? He's a brilliant man. Are you saying that he's an idiot for what he said? I should. I could. Yeah, you want a red meat? You want a red meat episode? I'll give you. You want red meat? I'll give you red meat. Now, I kind of like at some point. By the way, I went and I looked at the stats for whatever podcast when they had Michael Knowles on there. I went to playboard.co right after that show was done, and Brian, bravo, man, bravo, getting him on there, getting Amala from PragerU. I forget what the name of her podcast is. The black girl from PragerU. Maybe get Pearl on there too. Man, you get Pearl on there, you'll be on the map, my friend. But Michael Knowles on whatever podcast is, I would say, analogous to Pearl having Nick Fuentes on her show. Now, Rollo, does that mean you don't like Nick Fuentes? That is okay. That conversation over here. This conversation over here. So we're going. The reason why I'm saying that is because when Michael Knowles is on whatever podcast, go look at the numbers. Playboard.co and then put in whatever podcast. You can't miss it. It's the #1 podcast on there. I think he was up around. I think it had 15,000 live views, or maybe even higher than that. I'm not really sure, but it was above 10,000, which, by the way, is something like astronomical for whatever podcast. And so he was on there, and essentially what Mike Knowles was doing was participating in a fresh and fit style, conversation, but he's adding traditional conservatism to it. It's almost like what Turning Point USA meets Fresh and Fit, right? On whatever podcast. And people love that. I mean, and again, bravo, Brian. Milk that for 5 hours. Farmed SuperChats for 5 hours. He beat Fresh and Fit that night for SuperChats. Now, I'm not being gleeful. I'm just pointing out the facts here that getting Michael Knowles on that show was very profitable. I want to say in the neighborhood of like $5,500 just in SuperChats. And how many clips is that going to generate? Probably quite a few. When John was on there, the conflict between himself and that one girl, that back and forth, man, that's clip gold. Oh, there's like little pieces of gold, man. Every clip was gold. Let's see what else. When Amala was on there, it jumped up a bit, but not like Michael Knowles, because Michael Knowles goes on there and he adds an element of like Christian conservative like finger pointing to the accountability side of that whole format. So I'll tell you what gets me. Here's what bites my ass. Is these are the same sons of bitches who just a year ago were pointing fingers at Myron and Fresh. Dead serious. Matt Walsh pointing fingers at Myron and Fresh, or like indirectly pointing fingers at Myron and Fresh. These are the guys who would say that's just Maury Povich red meat grifter fare. And those poor girls, they hand select those girls. They get the girls from the clubs in Brickell or whatever, which is absolutely 100% verifiably untrue. But now they want a part. Now they want a piece of that action. So and this is, you want here, I'm going to put on my wait, here it is. Let's get the Magic 8 Ball. Magic 8 Ball. Let's see. What is the future of the manosphere in the next, let's see, by August, in the next 6 months or so. Yeah, a little over that. The Magic 8 Ball said that we're going to start mixing TradCon conservatism with the red pill. And Master, let's see, Gen X dating. Here's the name now. Gen X dating podcasts. That's where we're going with this, because man, you can't argue with those numbers. Go look at them, and for 5 hours, man, go look at those numbers. I've never seen a come up do that, because that's the format. And by the way, if you have one of those kinds of shows, and I'm not saying Access Vegas is, because I would not do that, but like I might interview them like solo, but I wouldn't put them on the show. If I do that, or if you do that, understand that I would say, if you want to know where the next dollar is coming from, it's going to be from getting the personalities from PragerU, or I don't want to say the Blaze, but like, certainly from Daily Wire. And I'll tell you what's funny is like the people who hate Myron and Fresh, and the people who hate me, and the people the people who like have a real problem with the shit that we're saying, they're also the same people who want to jump at the chance to go and do exactly what Michael Knowles did. Seriously. There's no money in like throwing rocks at Rolo anymore. You know where the money is? It's going on those shows and they want to be part of the accountability template. But only now we're going to go, the Lord said that you are for the streets. And here's what it is. And this is why abortion is bad. And this is why turn a foghorn leghorn. This is why it's bad. And y'all ain't living up to your mama must be really impressed with you. Right? Where's your daddy? That's that kind of pontificate. I don't say judgmentalism, because I guess it is, but like you have that conflict between the woke and like the traditional base, I get, for lack of a better term, the basies and the wokesies. You put them on that show. Oh yeah, man. Red pill gold, right? Or it's podcast gold. Let's see. Alberto Boda Powala. Women organize societies in a more egalitarian fashion. Yes. But of course, the socialist distribution applies to money and resources of others. Yes, they do. A woman surely doesn't share her body and reproductive rights in a socialist fashion. No, I tell you what's funny is like I've seen some of what is it? I think I don't want to say it was in the Communist Manifesto. It's not, but it's like I was reading some literature on like socialism or something, and the parallel rise of the popularity anyways of Marxism and feminism at the same time. And the reason why Marxism was sort of dovetailed, at least slightly, I mean, somewhat, let's say, with the feminist movement, is because there was the idea that women would be freed up from patriarchy, for lack of a better term. They didn't call it that back then, but the idea that they wouldn't have to like be sort of beholden to a husband, well, not unlike where we're at right now, but it was sort of a part of the brochure, part of the advertising for socialism and Marxism. Good observation though. Let's see. Approach anxiety is an irrational fear. It's fear of having our ego bruised. Rejection is inherent in men's mating strategy. Internalizes. Yes. Okay. So you're half right, Wilcox Tam. Let me see if I can tighten. Let's see if we can fine tune this a little bit. The second part is perfect. Rejection is inherent in men's mating strategy. Absolutely. If you're a guy, get used to rejection. Rejection is better than regret. And there's ways to manage rejection. After a while, it's like, okay, whatever. It's outcome independence. So as a man, whether it is in business or it's in sex or it's in, you name it, you are going to have to deal with rejection way more than women will on a great variety of different topics. Okay. So you're correct. Approach anxiety is an irrational fear. No, it's actually a perfectly rational fear. It's just that we don't understand it as such. It's a vestige. It's vestigial. It's a vestigial fear, because when we used to live in hunter-gatherer tribes and there were only 100, 150 people in that tribe, and maybe there were 10 or 12 eligible girls that you could marry and have sex with, assuming you were marrying them. But you could, they were eligible bachelorettes, I guess. If you screwed up, the possibility was her brother's going to kick your ass, her father's going to kick your ass, or you're going to flub it up and she's going to tell her friends that you flubbed it up on the sub-Saharan African savannas of our hunter-gatherer past. And you're not going to eat, and you ain't going to get no hoes, man. You're just not going to get no hoes. Hold on, let me see if I find it. This is what they were scared of.
I'm like, man, well, I don't get no hoes, man.
That's approach anxiety right there. But yeah, so halfway. It's irrational now. It was not at the time, or was something that's calculated, and there was actually something. It's what's called the latent purpose of it. So, good observation as well. Damn, you guys are on fire today. Alvin Sam, marriageable man or Instagram is a tough question for ladies. Regardless of their response, they will get called out. Of course, and they get called. Yeah, I know. It's the Kobayashi Maru. It's a no-win situation. And the reason why it's a no-win situation is because it forces women to deal with the cognitive dissonance, which they would rather, gloss over and laugh about. But when you put them on the spot, that's when the sparks fly. Rolo, why is conservative media collaborating and supporting the whatever podcast, but then act like guys like you and Myron don't exist when Brian is saying the same stuff as you guys and is worse at articulating it? The reason why is because the girls that he gets on the show, and again, this is no flame on Brian. I like Brian quite a bit. I think he can do different. I think he could fine tune his show a little bit more. But the reason why they do that is because the girls that he picks up, that he sources, are really in Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara. And so they tend to be, they tend to be white. Not that there aren't some black girls on there. There are, but they tend to be more white. They tend to be between the ages of about like 19 and I want to say 24, 25. He's had some older girls on there as well, but by and large, on average, that's the demographic, and they're either white or they're Asian. I remember the All Asian show, which was fucking brilliant. But the reason why they use those as clips is because they're much more incendiary, but they're also safe for tradcons. So if occasionally you'll see them use Fresh and Fit, they'll never use us. They'll never use Access Vegas. Because our girls are the hottest girls on planet Earth. I said it. Yes, our girls are ladies, you're the hottest chicks on planet Earth. And that's the way we designed it. And you know what? We have a different conversation on Access Vegas. So that's another thing. They're not going to want, they want conflict. They want red meat. They want like a bunch of, get her. That's what they want, but they want it in a format that is conservative friendly. That audience, by the way, is no longer the Fox News audience. It's no longer the aged out neoconservatives from the early 2000s. It is now Turning Point USA kids that appeals to. That's why they're getting that. That's my bonehead version of marketing 101 for podcasts. So go and get it now. Go get it now. What's your opinion on Tradcon saying that promiscuous men are male feminists by participating in the sexual revolution? Of course they are, because that's you want to know, what's my opinion? My opinion is this. That's intrasexual combat. Intrasexual competition is what it is. Everybody needs to play the rules like I play the rules. And if they don't, then God's going to punish them in hell. That's really where that comes from. That's why they say, promiscuous men are the reason like women are promiscuous. Get the fuck out of here. It's a combination of the both. And I'll tell you the reason why they focus on men is because to focus on women would lose them half of their audience. Conservatives are some of the biggest feminists you will ever meet. You just don't hear I don't identify as a feminist, which is meaningless in the 20th century or 20th century, but also the 21st century. Meaningless. Not very many people identify as feminists. Yeah, except you like adhere to feminist ideology. You just don't know that you're doing it. You don't even realize that the reason why they want to hold men need to take responsibility for what? Well, they need to stop, playing with their wieners and, get back to work and get on the plantation. And that responsibility shtick is that as if we get enough guys to be responsible, that feminism will just dry up and blow away. No. Wait, here it is. Wrong. Rick Terry. Look at you, man. I feel I should say it like a Marine, like a jarhead. The Tradcon angle at the red pill is the most insidious to me. Yeah, it is. And it's going to get worse, by the way. It's the sneaky fucker game angle. Yes. Give us the cuttlefish. Cuttle tease. Men holding their other men accountable for the pitfalls of women's behavior. Exactly. The reason she left you, bro, is because you didn't measure up. Which, by the way, is also the premise for mate shifting hypothesis, which we'll talk about later on. Viral shorts. Rollo, eat my shorts. Rollo, do you think that TradCon's version of social constructionism is to push marriage without authority to become a woman's servant? I don't think that they know that. Like, I think a lot of people say, well, do TradCons do, or wokesies for that matter too, or women, like, do they know what they're doing? Do they actually believe this, or is this a grift, right? And the truth of the matter is they believe that. They think that that's the key, because it sounds truthy. It sounds like something that might work. It's like when your friend says, just be yourself, bro, and the right girl will come along and she'll love you for you. Just go ahead and keep sucking down a 6-pack and eating a big old pizza from Domino's and watch anime all day. And sooner or later, the right girl will come along and knock on your door. That's essentially what it's extreme. I'm being facetious, but it's the same energy. It's this idea that if you do these things, I have the real key to masculinity. So many guys don't know what masculinity is. I'll tell you what a real man does. He takes responsibility for himself. And if they did, then women wouldn't be feminists anymore and they'd all cancel their OnlyFans. No, they wouldn't. Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily like, if you were to say that to a TradCon, say, are you telling me this because you want me to be servile to women, my wife, happy life, right? Is that what you're trying to evoke in me? If you were to say that, they would go, no way. Blah, blah. But the prescription pretty much describes that. So, let's go back. Sorry, guys. Sorry. You know, it's funny as I get onto the super chats and then, oh man, Hank, there you go. Hey, well, I'll take a 50. Thank you. It's a super sticker that I still can't post on StreamYard. Gage, put that. We got to be able to post the stickers. Come on, man. How long has it been? How long have I been complaining about that? Let's see. There should be a Podclass sound drop in the future. What would it sound like? What would the Podclass sound like? Class is inside. Oh, wait, I got an idea. It could be from like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, although I'd be ripping off my good friend
Stomp that bitch!
Tom Likas, but I could do Podclass. Mr. Hand. Maybe it should be a Mr. Hand sound drop. I passively listen to your work at 40 hours a week, and it's improved my life in more ways than just dating. Thank you, Yuta Man.
Say my name.
Thank you very much. How do you get one of these two?
You're goddamn right.
Take me out, old school style, Rolo. What's your opinion of channel psych hacks? Is that the guy that does like the shorts and he's a psychologist? I think I know who you're talking about. A lot of the stuff that I see, I don't, if it shows up in I don't subscribe to it, but sometimes it shows up in my feed occasionally. I think I know who you're talking about. And I think he's a psychologist, but essentially what he does is he like lifts my material or Myron's material, and then he puts it in sort of like more psychological. He gives it legitimacy by being a psychologist. Okay, good on you. I'll be happy. I would talk to him. I just don't see him all that much. Rollo. Okay, so I got to that. Okay, we got all to those. Thank you. Now we're caught up. For Christ's sake. Okay, there. Yes, Babes in Toyland was very fun, and the talent was top shelf. I have to admit, especially CJ. You know, shout out to CJ Sparks. If you didn't see CJ, would you like to see CJ? Hold on, I'll give you CJ. What's this? Oh, viral shorts. Truth is, Mike, Matt, and Ben from Daily Wire do not care about topics of the so-called manosphere or the red pill. What's the other guy? Sagar, Saagar. That these are guys that just jump into this because it's the new hotness. Trust me, they build brands on this stuff. The so-called manosphere or the red pill only if they want to profit from it. Ye hypocrites. Yeah. You could throw Chris Williamson in there too as well. I think a better question is, well, Rollo, how come Chris Williams? I don't know if it's Chris Williamson. How come the Daily Wire guys are clipping whatever podcast and not you and not Myron? That's why. Exactly. You just said it. Toddy Terrence. Is that your real name, like Toddy, or is it Todd? As a person with mild Asperger's, what advice would you give someone who has autism or Asperger's on dating women? First thing I would do is make sure that you get professional help. Here's my best advice. Don't take any advice from anyone in the red pill right now. They are not clinical psychologists who can help you with your problem. That's number one. However, have I seen guys with mild Asperger's or, somewhere on the spectrum do well with women? Yes. I can point to a good friend of mine. His name is Rugby. And Rugby, sorry, I don't mean to sell you out, Rugby, but you're actually kind of a success story to me, and that's why I love you. But can you condition yourself to be more sociable? Yeah, you can. It takes a lot more effort and a lot more work. But the first thing I would suggest to you, Todd, is find somebody, if you haven't already, have somebody who's a clinical psychologist, not a Rollo Tomasi. I am not qualified to treat anything you would say. So I could tell you something, and it might be good advice, and it might be bad advice. I don't know the context and what your Asperger's really limits you from or what it does to you. I will say this though, it's possible to force and condition yourself to be more socially social intelligence, but socially perceptive, I guess. But again, that's maybe something you need to talk to about with a therapist. I don't mean to blow you off, but I actually have a disclaimer in the introduction of my 5th book because of questions like that. And anybody telling you, oh, don't worry, the red pill can cure autism. Dude, run far away. Men telling men to man up and get married is like Kanye going back in time telling the slaves it's a choice. Really? Thanks, David Jones. I should have read that before I read that. Rollo, do you think the reason why women become corrections officers or cops is to have access to dark triad violent men? I ain't saying they do, but I understand. See, the thing is would there be a type of woman that would do that? Of course, everybody's going to say, well, damaged women would do that. Only damaged women are into hybristophiles. No. There's some very good, probably, it's funny, will be interesting. I wonder how many hot wives have sort of divorced their husband, or they got on the divorce porn grift and they said, you know what, screw it, I'm done. I want to get with a thug, normal, goes to church on Sundays and soccer mom kind of look, Karen, and says, you know what, screw it, I want to go and find a convicted criminal. I wonder I'm not saying it probably there could be a certain percentage, but I don't know what that is. But I think I'm going to change my career so I can be a corrections officer so I can get at some of that hot prison action. Warrior Race. Hello, my friend. As much as we, hold on, I got to give you this. 50 apparently is the top end today. Oh, by the way, brought to you by Devil Mountain Coffee. Wait. Hold on. Stay there. Don't do anything. I have to do this. There. Now I put the bug. You can go get Devil Mountain Coffee for 20% off right now if you use the code RMS. It is devilmountaincoffee.com. Where's the bug? I'll put the bug on in a second. And if you use the code RMS when you're doing checkout, you'll give you 20% off. That's my gift to you. And their gift to me is coffee and merchandise. Merch. Wait a minute. There we go. Where's the chat? There's the chat. Bring it back. There you go. Okay, there you are. As much as we spend on educating men and on nature and finances and hitting the gym, we should be equally spending time on how to overcome mental blocks. Okay, such as self-limiting beliefs and fixed mindsets. Recommendations or books would be appreciated. You know what? You're not the first one to ask me that. I think that when we're talking about self-limiting beliefs, what would that be? What can we even name a self-limiting belief? Is it fear? I fear success. I don't think too many people actually fear success. You know what they fear? They fear getting out of the freaking bed. Honestly, I think your most limiting belief is that, it's okay, I'll do it tomorrow. Procrastination. That's your most limiting belief. For most guys, that's your most limiting belief is I'll do it later. I'll get around to it. Is there books that help you do that? I don't know. Maybe. I know I would. The problem I have with, let me put that back up there. That was actually pretty good. And fixed mindsets. Okay, well, some fixed mindsets can be pretty good. Some can be pretty bad. Just depends on what we're talking about, okay? Limiting beliefs. I think it's easier to blame your lethargy, maybe. I think it's easier to blame your lack of productivity, personal productivity, or achievements on some nebulous idea that you have some belief that is preventing you from getting out of your fucking bed in the morning and going to the gym. Or the fact that you're jerking off to porn at 3 a.m. and you're fapping and suddenly now your sleep schedule is all whacked out, right? Or you are you're hooked on Vicodin or Oxycontin or whatever, or worse. Or you smoke too much weed, you play too much video games, whatever your sedation is. If it's not porn, it's something else, right? That, I think, those aren't self-limiting beliefs. That's you trapped in a negative feedback loop is what that is. Are there books that help you break out of that? Absolutely. I see the problem is people want a book to give them the cure. If I read this book, then I will erase all my self-limiting beliefs, and then I can finally move on and become successful. Instead of, I'm going to just move on and be successful. I'm going to get off my ass and go and do something. I'm going to feel happier because I'm doing something that is intrinsically rewarding. I should write a book. I should write a rational guide to getting off your ass. That's what I should probably write. But I think there's more money in books that want to sell you on the idea that it's a mindset thing or it's a belief set. If you just erase that belief, then suddenly you at least be on the path to success. And there's a lot of people who are like some of the most like fucked up individuals you would ever meet. And you could say, well, they got fixed beliefs or fixed mindsets, or they've got in anyone else, they would be limiting beliefs. But for them, it works. It's not the belief. The belief actually makes them screw offs and psychopaths and sociopaths, but they work their ass off as sociopaths, as psychopaths. Then they outperform you. They're crackheads that outperform you because they want to get to the crack. That's an Ed Lattimore line, by the way. But honestly, I think the desire to have a book explain all that stuff to you is in itself a self-limiting belief. That the belief is that a book can help me eliminate my self-limiting beliefs that puts me on the path to success, whatever success happens to be for you. And when I am asked, like people, when I was just talking about this with one of my clients, they'll say, Rollo, what's your book list? What's your top 10 books, Rollo? We need the book list. Mike Sartain on Access Vegas. He says, "Oh yeah, I've got a book list." Tristan, who's our assistant guy, go and give him the link. And everyone in the chat was, "Give me the link. Where's the book? And all the way to the end of the show. And we held like probably 500 live views like till the end of that show. And at the end of the show, people were asking, "Where's the book links? Give us a book link." So, Mike, if you haven't put the book links in at least your comments, please do. But that's why I went around the table at the very end of that show. And I said, Mike, give me a book, not Dr. David Buss. Give me a book that you think should be on the reading list. And then I went to him and I went to all the girls. I was actually surprised. It was Bunny Fufu said, what was it? Rich Dad, Poor Dad, which I was, oh, really? I will get you in touch with Robert Kiyosaki. But all the girls had, like, one of them said Mark Manson's book, and then there were some other ones I along the way. And the reason I did that is because everybody wanted this book list. And again, the reason why people want book lists is because they think that that's where the answers to their problems are going to be. If I just read this book, then I'll be good to go. And that, I think, in itself is a self-limiting belief that you can change yourself or fix yourself with a freaking book. And, hey, I write the rational male. Maybe I'm off on that. But I think that you have to put it into practice. I think the bigger problem is not necessarily the belief set. It's actually the putting into practice set. Get up and do something. I had one of my clients was asking me about like what I do, like when I'm in Vegas or when I'm like working on a show, or I'm working on another book or whatever. I go, you know what I do? I bust my ass. People don't realize I'm still a one-man show. And when we do Access Vegas, yes, we pay for Sticky Paws and the producers there to do the show for us. Yeah, but Travis is a good friend, but he doesn't follow me around with a camera all the time. I don't have a personal assistant. I like Travis. If he wants to do it, I'll be happy to hire him. But like right now, ain't nobody hiring me. I'm not hiring nobody. I got a guy, Austin, who I met. Maybe we'll work something out. But I've been a one-man show for really 20 years, if you think about it. But certainly as long as I've been on podcasts. And I do this, like, you want to, Rollo, you're 11 minutes late on your show. Yeah, man, because I just got off the freaking plane and I drove here and I set this whole thing up and I had to go pull video pulls and do a thumbnail. You realize how much work goes into this. But here's the thing. Nobody cares about the 80 hours I put into the show. Nobody, like, I got that, by the way, I picked this up, I think, from, or was inspired anyways by, was it Alex Hormozy? Nobody wants to hear about your 60-hour work week. They want to know what you ate for breakfast. They want to know if you're on the lion diet. They want to know what your workout program is like. They want to know how much coffee you're drinking and not drinking. And they want to know what your sleep schedule's like. And they want to know, like, what your, how long do you meditate? And are you getting enough sunlight in the morning when you get up in the morning? Is it for 5 minutes and before you turn on your social media? No, no. You know what's the secret to your success? Well, I bust my ass. That's the secret to my success. And it always has been, whether it was in, casino marketing or it was in wine and spirits. Yeah. Nobody cares about the grind. They want to know what you had for breakfast because they think that that's the secret, right? Brendan Schmidt at Masculine Revival hates red pill communities and is the trad con red pill you just described. Brendan Schmidt. Okay. Can somebody can dig some links up? I'll go look it up. He accuses you and your audience of being jaded incels. I've been doing this for a long time. I don't think any of my audience is incels. See, the problem is like when I talk about something that is like factually true, it's not so that I can like crush your ideology or your convictions. It's just giving you something to think about. If you want to tell me I'm a son of a bitch, fine, but tell me why I'm wrong. If you think I'm Brendan, who I don't even know who the guy is. If you think that I'm full of shit, then please tell me what I'm wrong about. Nobody has, like, people want to say, well, Rollo says this. No, I don't. I don't say anything about that. I'm going to talk about hypergamy here. There you get everybody drink. We'll talk about hypergamy later on. Limiting beliefs equals aversion still by mommy. Great. Here's my I don't do prescriptions, but here's my prescription, right? Stop sucking and start winning. Get off your ass. Go and do something. Move. The human body was meant to move. Yeah, move. But my mommy, fuck your mommy. Go and fucking move. Get out of your house. Go do something. Your mommy's gone. Stop it. Stop it. Seek help. Rollo. I came to the conclusion that a man who watches adult films, seeing the woman at the bunny ranch, okay, and cheats is a failsafe due to a man's poor mate selective choices and lack of genuine intimacy with his significant other. Do you agree? No, I see it as a means to an end. Guys who do that are doing that because, well, they chose the wrong woman? Yeah, probably. 9 times out of 10, when guys like resort to like snapping the radish to porn, and by the way, 68% of Christian men admit to being addicted to pornography. I still have the stats for that if you'd like. Seeing a chick. So seeing a woman at the bunny ranch. So escorts and pros, and cheats. Cheating, by the way, I think of all three of those is probably the most understandable, let's just say, is a fail-safe to the more important. It's not a fail-safe. They are end-arounds. They're workarounds. They are, if the guy's not getting laid, I'm not saying it's the woman's fault. I'm just saying if the guy's not getting, for whatever reason, it might be her fault, but for whatever reason, that guy is going to find a way, is going to find a workaround to satisfy his sexuality. That's why 68% of guys who are Christians are addicted to pornography. It's not that they're assholes. It's not that their wives are really even like, who knows? I don't know everybody's individual situation, but I do know that these guys claim, anyways, almost 70% of them claim to be addicted to porn. Why? Well, I'll tell you right now, because it offers unlimited access to unlimited sexuality in the virtual sense, of course. But what is that? Like, what's the latent purpose of it? Well, it's to satisfy an urge that they're not getting. That's why they go to the bunny ranch. That's why they cheat. Men cheat for much different reasons than women do. Just throwing that out there as well. Poor mate selective choices. Did you pick the wrong girl? What? Did you pick the right girl and then she became the wrong girl? Or did you pick the right girl and you became the wrong dude? Lack of genuine intimacy with his significant other. Do you agree? I think it is a means to an end. It's problem solving is what it is. What's my problem? My reproductive problem. What's my sexuality? What's my sexual problem? Okay. I'm not getting laid. Okay. I can either snap it off or I can go to the bunny ranch or I can cheat. Those are really the three options. Now you can go and make that a moral issue, and you might even be ethical, moral, however you want to phrase it. But you could probably be right about that. But again, what's funny to me is it's cheating if the guy starts pitching, but if a woman is advertising, that's not cheating. At least not in a gynocentric social order. There, I used that word again. Drink. Ha ha. Rolo, I'm originally from the Middle East. Whereabouts, my Arabic brother? And my American peers used to laugh at me for not wanting to put up with rude, crass, masculine behavior from American women, like I was insecure. Well, that's what they're always going to tell you. And let's see. Hey, Rolo, why do I always have to deal with shaming tactics like they're grown kids? Okay. Or passive aggressiveness. Why is everyone so dumb and childish? Is Aaron right about IQ? Yes. You're not going to get laid if you're too smart. I can explain to you the child part of things if you want. I'll come back to that. Sam Whiskey, Rolo, what are your thoughts on Michael Irvin's situation? I'm not aware of Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin, the basketball player? What is the notch count now at 2,000? Or Wilt Chamberlain? What was Wilt Chamberlain's notch count? I remember it was like Astro. It was more than Gene Simmons from Kiss. So I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. I want to throw this back up here.
I am talking to women and they say, Rolo, I can't find a guy. I am 36 years old. I did everything I was ever told to do. I got my career on point. Right. I got my money on point. I've got everything else. And these guys just aren't living up to my expectations. They're not making as much or more than I am. They're not eligible bachelors. Then they say, well, what's the solution to this? I said, well, guys who are in your particular cohort don't want to have anything to do with a woman who's a professional woman who's 36 years old, whatever it is, has her own things together, because you don't need a man. They don't need a man. They want a man. Because they don't need that man for, like, independent women are independent of what? Of men and their support. So they don't need that.
They make 300 grand a year and they have a Glock.
That's part of that.
When I am 300 grand a year and they have a Glock, he's referring to Jamie Villamore. Love you, girl. So this was it's hard to say it was viral. Or maybe it was viral, but it certainly got a lot of reaction, let's just say. And I'm going to read you some of it. And rather than maybe I should put it on the screen. I'll just read you some of these comments, because I had to actually sort of put out like a little bit of a disclaimer on these things. Let me see where to go. If I can I go? So the thing that sucks about It sucks about StreamYard is if I go dark mode in StreamYard, then everything goes back to white mode on any other thing. All right, so let me just read some of these to you. Hopefully you don't mind my face being bleached out here. Let's see where to go. Okay, so here's what I had to write in response, just so you know, because we're gonna get. Actually, I'll read you some of the more spicier takes here, because I don't know how many posts, like, forget how many posts got into this. There are, let's see, it was like this video was like, and I didn't even clip this. This was the MOA guys who clipped this. This was liked by almost 4,400 people. I guess that's pretty good. Is that pretty good? So I'm looking at some of these hot takes here. And they're almost all women that are like really hate on me. There's a few that like me though. So when I was 12, okay, this is a girl. I'll tell you, female, male. Okay. Female. When I was 12, my 13, my dad's best friend of 20 years had a heart attack at the age of 36 and died, leaving his wife and 3 kids under 12 behind. After his death, I would hear the wife cry, saying how is she going to support 3 kids? She would say, at least if the oldest boy, then if it was the oldest was a boy, then it would be hard for just a couple of years. This made me think a lot about life and where women stand. I pledged to have a career and make my own money so that such things never happened. I will be able to stand on my own 2 feet. If a man is a real man, he will appreciate. There it is. If a man is a real man, registered trademark. He doesn't, if a man is a real man, he will appreciate and want a woman that wants him. I got this on the Dr. Phil show. This why I'm reading this. Doesn't need him just because he is a man. They should be happy to have a partner and not a dependent. Okay. The only reason a man wants a dependent woman is when they want to have control over her. That's the number one most, I'm reading that first here because that's the most common response that I've got on this. It was something to that effect. And then 17 people replied to this chick right here. And it was like either you go girl kind of stuff, or it was... Then you got the guys like confront. By the way, bravo, thank you guys who follow me on Instagram. I don't even know who they are. This other guy, male, psychology says the opposite, but what would they know, right? Let's see. And then so I responded. I said, basically a man cannot be a quote unquote real man unless he aligns with your belief that he's superfluous, nice to have around, but not necessary, which is exactly what I told Dr. Phil. Let's see. You keep looking for that real man. This is a male. You keep looking for that real man. I recently came across a guy who got with a woman because she got money, so she makes his life easier. He's a walking, talking red flag. She's running past the red flags. Most of us do not think that way. Your income and empowerment doesn't fill a need for us. All right, here's a chick. This is a female, a chick, girl. So what are us females supposed to do? This is where we get to the nuts and bolts here. What are we supposed to do, Rollo? Which is exactly what I said in the video. In fact, if you watch the whole video, at least you don't have to watch the whole video. Just watch like 10 minutes of that clipped part right there, and you'll get a better understanding of what I was talking about. I'm proud of my successes and the fact that I can stand on my own 2 feet, emotionally, physically, financially. Why is it bad to want a man and not need a man? Needing a man to get by in life is a sad and terrifying way to live. Notice this, the choice of words here. Terrifying. It's fear-inducing. Okay. It's a terrifying way to live. That's why women stay in bad relationships for so long. Yeah. Well, look, should we poll the women who just got fired from prison in the UK who were there because they liked having sex with the thugs and the convicted criminals and the murderers and the rapists in there? Should we petition them? Would they not be terrifying? I would be terrified. I would be terrified to get after it with a convicted female criminal, but apparently that's not in my logic database. That's why women stay in bad relationships for so long. It's because they literally can't leave. Yes and no. Where do they go? Where do they go? How they do support themselves? How do they support themselves? English, use it. What do they do for a job? That's an absolute horrible situation to put yourself in as a female, a woman. That's what men want. I truly don't get it. Well, I will tell you right now why you don't get it. Let me, after I go back and grab these 2 super chats. What's this? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, hold on. Let me scroll back down. Okay. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because those two comments. I'll go dig up some more here in a minute. Those 2 comments were pretty much indicative of every woman who had a problem with that. Was it 28-second clip? It was the same thing. Terrifying, fear-inducing. It is fear-inducing to let go of my Instagram. It is fear-inducing not to have a side hustle. It's fear-inducing not to be a dependent woman. Well, why? Why would that cause so much consternation for women? Oh, they might be abusive. They might be loving. They might just love. You might have the best husband in the world. You could easily make the case for saying, well, here's what's probably going to happen. The guy's going to love you to the day he dies. And as long as you're thin and you're sexy and you bring something to the table, it doesn't have to be a job or whatever. As long as you're you and you're your wonderful self, it's just as easy to say, you're probably going to get with a great guy as it is to say, you're probably going to get with a borderline abuser and he's going to like ruin your life. That's the way it is. But the problem here, and ladies, so I have to, I wrote a reply to this and I put it at the top. I had to peg it to the top because I was just getting so much grief for this whole thing. And it wasn't about the grief. It was about clarifying this because, again, like I said, it's 28 seconds. But here's what I wrote. This is me, the rational male. Women have become the men they want to marry. How is that hard to understand? I said this even on Access Vegas on Thursday. This feminine primary society teaches women from the earliest age that men are incompetent, abusive, or untrustworthy. At best, they are unreliable and prone to cheating, as we were just talking a minute ago, on their spouses. So the best course of action is for women to ensure their own long-term security through education, career, and cultivating a personal ethos of autonomy and independence. I know that's a mouthful of words. It's a big old run-on sentence, but that's a Rolloism. Okay. That's it. That's the terrifying part that the other girl was just talking about a moment ago. Okay. I'll continue. We call it female empowerment, but it amounts to creating a generation of women who become the men they want to marry. That was the point of the goddamn video, or that clip anyways, or whatever that segment that I was talking in, right? Okay. Only it's worse now though. But it's like I had to like stop and think about it. Again, these are the internal sort of like dialogues I have with myself when I'm driving back to the condo from Access Vegas. But it's actually worse. It's worse than just becoming the men that they want to marry. And this is why. It's worse because this independence turns women into genderless things with no need for anything outside themselves for personal validation, emotional investment, or ego affirmation. Think about that for a moment. When you say, don't worry about it, girl, you can have a baby, you're just as good a father as you are a mother. You can do it all. We just heard Tommy Lahren talking about this crisis of, there's not enough fathers in the household and right? But yet we have at least 2 generations, if not 1.5 generations. I shouldn't even say that. Actually, more like 3 generations or 4, really, since the boomers, where we've told women they can have it all. And in that have it all package is you can have a baby on your own. You don't need a man. You know, a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. There's no need for men. Congratulations. Everything is done for you, ladies. You don't need him anymore. You don't have to have him around. Now he's at your lead. He serves at your pleasure, my lady. And you don't have any particular need for him, which I think is one of the biggest lies of feminism, certainly in the past, well, since the sexual revolution, if not like even before that. But the fact that the idea that men and women don't need each other is a fundamental, first of all, it's a fundamental falsehood if you look at it in an evolutionary perspective. But it also ruins the dynamic between the masculine and the feminine, which is what you hear tradcons always complain about. And their solution for it is always on the man, right? Which is like, oh, you just need to take more responsibility and then the girls will shape up. Get the fuck out of here. This girl that's in this, these women that are talking about this 28-second clip, they're not changing Michael Knowles. They're not changing Ben Shapiro. They're not changing Matt Walsh. I don't care how responsible guys are going to be. They're not changing. You're not going to get them out of this idea that it's terrifying to rely and submit to a man. You will never, ever get them to until you do, you will never, ever have any kind of like sort of go back to this sort of complementary gender paradigm anyways. You will never go back to that if women are terrified of having a guy like, oh my gosh, this one lady says, oh, she's a widower. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have 3 kids. And, it's like, coal miner's daughter or some shit, right? Oh, I got these kids. And then there's the ones who are like, well, what if he turns into an abuser? Until you can find some way to say, okay, well, most men are responsible and they'll love you to death. And if you say, well, studies say that men are way more reliable and they're way more trustworthy and they're much more loving and they want to spend time with the kids and they do the chores around the house and blah, blah, blah. You can talk till you're blue in the face and try to promote that narrative as long as you want, and women will still not believe it. And the reason they won't believe it is because they've been empowered in other ways that have nothing to do with domestic life or anything else. They're never going back to that. That's why traditional conservatism will fail in a red pill context. So get the fuck out now, Michael Knowles. Get the fuck out now, Ben Shapiro. Get the fuck out now, Candace Owens. Until you can address that, I don't want to hear anything. Because the solution is not more responsibility for Jordan Peterson. The truth of the matter is it's not about men becoming more responsible. They would do that if we thought that was going to be a responsibility. The problem, if that was going to be a solution to the problem, I should say, more men would absolutely do that. If they thought you tell a guy, follow these simple steps and take more responsibility and be the best version of yourself. If they thought they were going to get laid and they thought that the girls that they were going to get with were going to be like somebody who's in it for the long haul and they're not going to be ran through or whatever, God knows whatever else. If they thought that, they would do it. It's a no-brainer. Men are deductive problem solvers. It's simple pragmatism. The problem is that the equation doesn't work, and it doesn't work because of this. So let me continue here a little bit more. The terrifying aspect is what I've referred to as the existential fear of women, and I'll explain why. Let's see. Only it's worse because the independence turns women into genderless things, meaning that if a woman is independent of a man, she's essentially adopted that she would have to have adopted those masculine traits in order to satisfy the security needs that she needs in the long term that men used to provide for women that they are no longer providing anymore, or that the perception is that they aren't. They're untrustworthy. They're borderline abusers. They're incompetent. They're Homer Simpson, or they are sons of bitches who you have to keep going back to because she's oh, it's okay. Just beat me some more. It's okay. I just can't leave with the baby. Right. That's the mental image. Right. So that's the justification and the rationale for this independence. And I'm not even saying that that's necessarily a bad thing. I understand the logic of that. But by the same token, when you have this independence, you're destroying the complementarity between the genders that has existed since the time in our evolutionary past. So let me continue a little bit more here. It's literally why. Okay, this is funny. You have to take this in these two sentences in tandem here. Only it's worse because independence turns women into genderless things with no need for anything outside themselves. This is where the ego comes in, okay? And particularly in the social media era. Anything for outside themselves, for personal validation, emotional investment, and ego affirmation. It is literally why women will marry themselves and concoct elaborate marriage ceremonies to prove their dedication to themselves, right? I'm marrying myself. Dedication to what amounts to egoism. They're in love with their egos. Thank you, David Bowie. You'll hear. Oh wait, I think did I write this? They find themselves single and childless. Oh wait, okay, I'll continue. But this is where you'll hear when a woman gets to this point. This is where you'll hear these self-help books tell you exactly what this other woman was saying here just not too long ago, which is you're enough. This is what they start telling themselves here.
It works. And that's what I had to do. And it really helped me as well. The words that I made for myself were, I am bold, I am brilliant, I am beautiful, I am worthy of all.
I am a creature unlike any other. I am a catch. I am amazing with or without this person. I am fabulous. Anyone would be so unbelievably lucky to date me.
I love you. And I love you was the hardest one of them all.
They are in love with their egos. Ziggy Stardust, thank you very much. God, thank you, David Bowie, the wisdom of David Bowie. They make love with their ego, making love with their egos. I love you. It's like it's almost like schizophrenia. It's almost like dual personalities.
Saying that every single day.
And it wasn't like I just said these things and overnight it like bada bing, bada boom, like I'm my best confidence. It was dedication.
Dedication to oneself, right? You want to talk about, let me pull that. There you go. You want to talk about egoism. That's it. That's egoism and egoism, not egotistical. Egoism. Look it up. It's that primary. So yeah, and people say, well, isn't that mental porn of origin? No. We're talking about, and we could say narcissism. If you want, I mean, maybe narcissism is a better word, but like egoism and narcissism are a deadly combination, especially when women are collectively more pathological together than they are independently. So, yeah, put your dicks down, ladies. That was pretty good, actually. So, and I would also point out that this is a fundamental rebellion. This is a fundamental refusal to face a cognitive dissonance. The dissonance is this: there's so many that it's hard to really sort of shake a stick at right now. Honestly, I think that on a societal level, cognitive dissonance in women, like you've heard me say this before, women have no problem with cognitive dissonance, especially when that cognitive dissonance, it's two competing ideas, right? It's holding two conflicting ideas at the same time. Women do this like fluidly and effortlessly. Okay. The reason why whatever podcast is so entertaining, or Myron and Fresh, or hell, even Access Vegas, the reason why they're so entertaining is because you call out that cognitive dissonance. Well, if you believe this, then how can this be true? I don't know. Or, for instance, if you show like when this is a common one, like, which is, oh, well, man, it's the double standard, right? Well, how come guys can go and bang a lot of girls and they're superheroes, but women bang a lot of guys and they're like promiscuous sluts? Because that's evolution. It's not society. It's just the way it is. It's not, oh, virginity is a social construct. No. It's a word that defines a condition. What's that condition and why is it important to human beings? That's where you should start from, rather than, oh, it's these small dick energy patriarchs. No, there's actually a point behind it. There's a latent purpose to that word. And it's not necessarily meant to, I mean, technically it's just like a clinical definition if you think about it. But women build it into something because they can't get away from the fact that they've got digital footprints and they don't want people to think they're, well, if it didn't matter, then why would women think that being a slut is a bad thing amongst each other, right? So when I am looking at things from the perspective of cognitive, let's say a collective social cognitive dissonance, because if we're going to talk about, like, you hear me talk about this all the time, gynocentrism, a gynocentric social order, how do women organize societies? I've talked about this. Where was this? I think it was with Richard Reeves. How do women organize societies? How do men organize societies? Men tend to organize societies hierarchically, in merit-based, performance-based hierarchies. Women tend to do it in the round, right? They want to build a community. It's communitarianism. That's how we get. So that's why socialism is still like an idea that people think might be a good idea, because women think that the best way to organize a society is just like the gatherers side of the hunter-gatherers tribe. Well, they're still the hunters, right? Well, we got to keep them suppressed. We got to keep the hunters. We got to make sure that they're low T, right? We can't have them be, because they might be angry, right? We have to keep them low T. We have to reduce their sperm count. We have to keep them under control. Because if we don't, then we can't have the community in the round. We can't define a society by the psyches of women, which is communitarian, socialists, right? But for lack of a better term, communitarian. Maybe that's easier. I want to eliminate the politics out of it. Communitarian, because women have to depend on other women for childcare, for protection, strength in numbers, right? They're the berry pickers. Well, if the berry pickers are in control of the nation and the society, what does that society look like? A lot like where we are right now, almost exactly where we are right now. As far as, and I'm talking about in a social narrative, I'm talking politically right now. You can make a case for that. I have in the past. But when we look at a gynocentric social order, and if we think of it in terms of being modeled on the female psyche, that gynocentric social order also has to include a narrative that deals with cognitive dissonance. That's how you get wokesies versus the based. You're dealing with when Matt Walsh goes on Dr. Phil and asks what is a woman, that is the conflict between masculine and feminine. The masculine wants an objective answer. It's not, you want to know where moral relativism comes from? It's not men, it's from women, because it serves the female psyche way more than it would ever serve men. So when you have we've got objective factual reality that sort of like conflicts with women's, and there's dozens of them, they're that cognitive dissonance. When you put them on the spot, it makes for a really good podcast because you're women. It's that point where it's the title of the YouTube channel where it's like, we ask women X, Y, or Z, right? And she instantly regrets it. That instantly regrets it part is the conflict. That's the calling out of the cognitive dissonance that women have. And whatever X happens to be, it could be like the double standard paradox. It could be whatever. It could be anything. But I think that on a societal level, a society that is by women for women has to include the fact that women have no problem with cognitive dissonance, and that's no way to run a society, period. Let me go back to this really quick because I want to finish up what I said here. Okay, so then women find themselves single and childless at 36, and wonder why men they think are their equals, nothing to do with them. Successful, developed, and mature men don't want masculine women whose lives are the product of repeating the mantra of, I don't need a man, but I want a man for half their lives. Men do not want women who have no need for men. Why would a man not want to be like, ladies, would it not be nice to be needed? I think, and that's the difference here. It's semantic. It's splitting hairs. What's the difference between a want and a need? I get into this with guys who are like, when I talk about how sex is a need, it's a human need because you need to reproduce. If you don't, you go extinct. An organism that doesn't reproduce goes extinct. Sex is a need. Well, you can still stay alive and you don't have to, you don't need sex for, it's not like oxygen or water or food. Yeah, it's not, but you're dead and your genes die with you. So yeah, it is a need. It's about long-term. Breathing, water, and food are a short-term need. Sex is definitely a long-term need. Rollo, Good to see you doing better. Hail to our robot dog overlord. Give Ned love. Yeah. Let me tell you something about Ned. When I come back, I really need, the next time I come back from Vegas, I'm going to make sure that I have my phone. Like, I'm going to record a video of me going into my house when Ned sees that I'm back after like 5 days. Oh my God. I mean, he's doing, this is a greyhound, right? I mean, it's a pretty big dog, large breed dog, doing spins and running around. Like, he'll probably come in here right now if I let the door open and just sit in my lap. Will we ever get out of the gynocentric society? Yeah, by hook or by crook. It's at some point we will. One way or another, we will. There we go. Oh, really? Oh, I'm exposed? No, I have said many times I've done stage acting. Thank you. How does that invalidate anything, Moose? What does that mean? Yes, you know what? You want to know? You want to hear roll a fun fact. I actually played Macbeth in Shakespeare's Macbeth. I had to learn I was Macbeth. I had to learn line for line. That's quite an accomplishment. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll take that. Expose all you want. He's a stage actor. What about this guy? How come you're not calling him out?
Charismatic, even if you're not. Some of the
how come? Where's the vitriol for our good friend Chris, man? Why don't you go to his podcast and call him out for that bullshit? No. Let's go over here and give Rolo some shit. Keep it coming. I'm good with it. It's cold shit, but I'll whatever. Got to deal with what you got to deal with. I didn't want to get to that one. You see, I'm going to remove that. I don't need this one either. Oh, I don't even need that either. Let me pull that out. So I'll just finalize this. I'll stick a fork in this one here real quick. What you got, Andrew? All tradcons telling men to man up and take more responsibility amounts to becoming a better beta, so she finds a sucker to lock down with. Yeah, yes and no. I'll explain. Here's the thing is I think that tradcons think that they're a fresh brand. It's like fresh donuts out of the bakery. Still a bakery. Still shit. Right? Still the same bakery of baking shit. What else do you have here? I'm cruising back through all this good stuff. This is great. Yeah, Glenn, I saw this too. So women praising Ciara for her outfit and then getting mad at their husbands checking out women on Access Vegas is an example of cognitive dissonance. Yeah. You know what else is an example of cognitive dissonance, Glenn? And I don't have it queued up. Somebody will, if you want to, maybe Sam Botta can pick it out for me. There's a picture right now. It's on Twitter, and it's Russell Wilson and Ciara at church. And Russell Wilson, they go to some like evangelical church, and he's on his knees and he's just praising the Lord in the worship service and everything. And Ciara's right there, and she's just praying and everything. And then the next picture over is Russell Wilson and Ciara on the, I don't know, was she at the Oscars or wherever the hell she was in that dress? I was like, you want cognitive dissonance? Just dig that picture up and I will show you cognitive dissonance right there in your face. Yeah, people told me that too. He looks very happy. He looked very happy. Well, I also have to point out a few other things. Before I continue, I've got some other comments on this video here because I think the reason why this elicited such feedback and pushback is that the terrifying aspect of it all, right? Women are terrified of getting with the guy and then having the guy turn into like Jeffrey Dahmer, right? And there was a lot of comments on this. My wife. Oh, here's a guy. My wife is a strong, gorgeous, independent, self-made multimillionaire. Really, dude. That retired at 40 and started trading. It's part of what attracted me to her. I don't want someone without a backbone. So you want to be a wife? Is that it? Or someone that doesn't take life a little seriously? So what I find interesting. Oh, thank you for that. Now I've got it. Where did it go? Is that the photo? Yeah, but there's one that's back to back, man. Is it? Yeah, the photo of them. I'll take it. See if you can grab me the photo, Sam, for that one. That was actually, thank you for digging that up. And it's on Christian headlines. I love it. That's so funny. Anyways, yeah, it's in Christian headlines. So they're not going to show you the naked Sierra outfit. So you got guys who will back up the ladies on this as well. And I wanted to point out here that my main point of contention in all of this is that the machine was not designed for what we're in right now. Human beings, male and female, are complements to one another. So for me to say that a woman needs a man and a man needs a woman, oh, hey, Trader SC, thank you. Wait a minute. There you go. Now I can give you this proper. There you go. Thank you for the first $100 super chat. My good friend Trader Z. I should just leave that on there. And by the way, Trader, thanks for coming in on Access Vegas too. That was really cool of you. So God, where was I? I get stunned by $100 super chat. Yeah. So the terrifying aspect of it all is, I think, cope. So when I hear women say, "Oh, well, it's terrifying to think of the idea of having have to be dependent on a guy," right? Well, that also locks into the advertising versus the pitch, the sales pitch. See how that worked? So the reason why women maintain their Instagram or the idea that a man might require her to delete her Instagram. Now, I rephrased this, but the idea that a man might require her to drop her OnlyFans, to drop her Instagram, to drop her, essentially what they think is happening is they're disempowering women. So to be with your ideal guy means you have to disempower yourself. That's the math that goes along. That's not what I was talking about, and I had to rephrase it. But that's where the terror comes from. The terror comes from that. The idea, it's almost like A Handmaid's Tale, right? I'm being forced to have these men's babies who I don't want to have, right? They're having their choice, they're having their free will, they're having their souls and their lives torn from them, literally from their wombs, right? They're having their lives torn from them. And then if he was the kind of guy who would ask me to do that, then he's not the right guy. Okay. So I know how Myron Gaines would respond to that. And I rather than take that tact, I took a different tact. So during the show, I asked this as well. I said, okay, let's back up here. What if you met a guy, or would it be a thought that would ever enter into your brain that if you got with a guy who has, maybe he's making more money than you, and maybe a third more than you are, 25% more money than you are, he is tall, he's sexy as fuck, he's got Justin Wall, he's got big. Sorry, I keep using Jason Momoa. He's tall. He has 6-pack abs. He's got a V taper. He's older than you, just a bit, like 3 to 7 years older than you. He's accomplished. He comes from a good family. He loves his mama. He likes dogs. He likes rainbows. He likes Disneyland. He doesn't mind if you go to Ulta and buy shit. He doesn't care if you go to Lululemon. He's all good about that. He's like the ideal dude. He's like the guy of your fucking dreams. Like, I can't believe he's Tinder swindler. Women want to believe that Tinder swindler was the real deal. So here is the real, he's not the Tinder swindler. He's the Tinder, I don't know, jacked and juicy Giga Chat. Here he is right now. Would it enter into your brain? Would it be a concept? Would you even think, you know what? This guy's really good. And he's the kind of guy that men want to be and other women want to fuck, right? He is so provably high value that, maybe I ought to delete my Instagram because I don't want there to be any wiggle room. I don't want there to be any doubt in his mind that he's the man for me. I'm going to give up advertising my sexuality in the case of this guy turns into this abuser. I know he'll never do that, but I'm going to, I just love him so much. And he's got his game on point. We're going to have babies. We're going to go off into the sunset together, and we're going to be buried next to each other in the graveyard. Right. Would it enter into your heads to think, hey, you know what? Maybe I ought to do it. Maybe now, would you feel a desire, ladies, to delete your Instagram? would you feel the desire to, say, you know what, I don't need to do OnlyFans anymore. He's got money and I don't want to do OnlyFans, and, I never was happy with it anyway. So I'm going to, you don't have to justify it to yourself. I'm just saying, would it enter? Would it be a thought or a concept in your head? Every last one of the women on Access Vegas said no. It would never enter in their heads. And that, I think, is more damning than asking the other question, like saying if he required it of you. Obviously, then it's an obligation. It seems like he's being a tyrant by saying, oh, I want you to, if you're going to get with me, baby, here's the ultimatum and here's my boundaries. You better take your ass off of Instagram. That sounds like an ultimatum. That sounds like an obligation. Yes. But you know what doesn't? Genuine desire. Would you have genuine desire to delete your Instagram if you got with the right guy? That's the question that needs to be asked. Because most women, when you put that's putting women on the spot. You want to talk about cognitive dissonance? You can easily explain away a guy who's a tyrant. You can easily explain away a guy who's a potential abuser. He wouldn't be the right guy. He would be insecure in his masculinity if he asked me to do that. Yeah. But would you consider it if he didn't ask? Would you say, you know what? I want to be, I'm ride or die. This guy is the one. Hey, you know what? I don't want there to be any confusion. This pussy is his pussy, and I better pull it off of Instagram right now because I don't want anybody else to think that they're going to get this pussy. Would that be a concept in your head? No. Every single one of them, no. Unbelievable. And you want to talk about like people hemming and hawing? And so the follow-up question to that has to be, well, why wouldn't that be? Why wouldn't, if the guy is so high value, would you not want there to be any uncertainty or any room for error or whatever? And I asked that too, and I got an answer from Vanessa, who is the girl to my right. She's the girlfriend, like longtime girlfriend, like they might as well be married to John Orlando. He's the guy that owns Sticky Paws, and she's a fantastic girl. Like she gave up OnlyFans, but it's not because John asked her to. She just did because it was just more convenient to not do it than to do it. And she never did anything sexual. It was like, she showed, tits and ass, I guess. I don't know what, or lingerie or swimsuit. I don't know exactly. She said it was non-sexual, which maybe that's the reason why she gave it up. But I've seen some of the outfits she was wearing to some shows and some things like, yeah, okay. Oh, he's cool with that. Contextually, I'd be okay if Miss Tomasi decided she wanted to wear something slinky to an event or something like that. I'm okay with that too. But contextually, I wouldn't want her to wear it to Taco Bell to get a burrito supreme. I wouldn't want, and see, that's the problem. Is like women say, I don't wear this for men. I wear it for myself. No, you wear it for men, because if you wore it for yourself, you would wear that lingerie to Burger King. Or I'd call you up and show up to your house at 4:00 in the afternoon, and you'd be vacuuming the house in your underwear, your thong. If you did it for you. No, you don't do it for you. You do it for effect. Trust me on that one. But yeah, I have a huge announcement, and you guys who have stuck with me to the 2 hour and 17 minute mark, I will give it to you here at the 2:30 mark. You will be glad you stuck around, all 1,170 of you. So yeah, let me explain something else here. It's the desire. It's the idea. It's not even a concept. It's not even something that women would think about. Like if they got the best, if Jesus Christ was their Lord and Savior, and they say, you know what, I'm going to give everything. Like if that guy was the ideal ride or die guy, they would still not do it. And the reason for that is because there's always doubt. There's always hypergamous doubt is so marketable today. That's not it though. Hang on 1 second. Is this it? I don't know if that's the picture with, where is it? See, the problem is, it's like I can show you one of these pictures, but I can't show you the other one on YouTube because it's a little too spicy. Is this it? Let me see. This is the one on Instagram. Okay, so this is funny. Now, you guys can go look up the, I'll just post this one. This is easier if I just do a quick screen cap of this. This is from the Shade Room, too. Making it that much more entertaining. There we go. So let me call this one up. Let me put it as an overlay for you. Or what the hell? Here, I'll just click it open. Hang on. This is the shot that they're, here we go. This is the shot that they're sharing. There we go. That one. That's it. That's Ciara and Russell Wilson in church, I would presume in Washington, Seattle. No, he's in Denver now, right? Well, maybe it's Denver. Who knows? Whatever mega church that they go to, and he's on his knees praising the Lord, and she's there too. And she, by the way, the reason why I even keep up with these two is because when I was writing when I was writing the fourth book, Religion, I didn't use them as an example in the book, but like the topic kept coming up with Russell Wilson and Ciara, right? Because she was with Future and yeah. So, and I think it's kind of interesting that I know what it was. She had the Ciara prayer. And the Ciara, I could probably go dig it up. It's so like saccharine syrupy. I don't know if I really want to go like dig it up. I can if you want, but look up the Ciara prayer, and it's essentially a prayer, but it's not directed towards God, or I mean, ostensibly it is, but it's directed towards women who are single mothers or single and can't find the right guy. And Russell Wilson, apparently, like Hall of Fame quarterback, arguably, is apparently just not good enough for her to not want to advertise. Apparently, Russell Wilson is not enough for the concept of Ciara. I don't care about how the dressing part is not man enough, or is not high quality enough for her to want to delete her Instagram. To want to desire to. He's not asking, but she just, it's not it's not even an afterthought. It doesn't even come into her head. Neither does it come into the heads of most women, modern women today. Okay. So bear that in mind, because women are the advertisers. And when men come into a relationship with a woman, for instance, if you're in a monogamy, you're not in an open relationship, and it's all based on, good Christian traditionalism, right? Michael knows. It's based on the man and wife, till death do us part, and sickness and in health, for richer and for poor, forsaking all others. That's a marriage vow, ladies. I don't know if you're aware of that. Traditional marriage vows. In sickness and in health, forsaking all others, to love, cherish, to have and to hold, to obey, blah, 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 right? You know what the traditional marriage vows are. Yeah, there's a reason why that's like a user's agreement. Those are terms of agreement. You have to check there before you hit click, on. But yeah, and so the want to delete, that doesn't even enter the equation. Not now, anyways. It might for like women of other generations, but I'll tell you, going forward, so here's the point that I'm making in all of this is that, first off, modern women need men, period. It's not about want, need, whatever. You can split those hairs if you want to. When I use the term need, it sounds like it's tyrannous. It sounds like it's an obligation. It sounds like, that's what men say when they want to keep us in bondage, and let my people go. Like that's the mental image that's concocted when you use the term need, or you use the term submission. Now, who's submitting to who when women refuse, or the concept, I should say, but women's concept of taking themselves off of the advertising train, taking themselves off of Instagram, taking themselves off of OnlyFans, not advertising themselves on the sexual marketplace anymore, because they found the guy of their dreams that, according to the vows, till death do us part, blah, 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 ride or die, we're going to have kids in sickness and in health, for richer or for poor. The concept of not advertising herself sexually or at least having the option to do so, doesn't even enter into women's thought process. But if the guy is still pitching himself, if the guy so much as like contacts an old, or he gets hit up by some old girlfriend from high school on Facebook, now that's an emotional affair. Now he's cheating. Now it's like, oh, do you love her? You know? And so the guy has to give up his sexual strategy, whereas the woman does not. Now, do you know where I'm going to go with this? Because if you've read my books, you know exactly where I'm going to go with this. This is the cardinal rule of sexual strategies. For one sex's sexual strategy to succeed, or to be preeminent, to be the primary, right? To succeed, the other must either compromise or abandon it entirely. And today, when we have men and women coming together in what we used to call marriage, in new marriages anyways, the woman still reserves the right to advertise in the sexual marketplace. The man has no rights to do that. In fact, those are terms for nullification of the contract. Essentially, you can't pitch yourself. You want to know why, like when and I'm not saying I don't agree. I'm not saying I agree with this, but you want to know why Myron or Kevin Samuels or Justin Waller or the rest of these are the Tates, when they say it's open on my end and it's closed on your end. Every woman is doing that right now. With every guy, any girl that is on Instagram who refuses, or the thought doesn't even enter into her brain to take herself off of the sexual marketplace, to stop advertising, they are doing precisely what Tate, what Kevin Samuels, what Justin Waller. It's the open on my end, closed on your end, because that's what it is. It is the negotiation of the cardinal rule of sexual strategies. For one sexual strategy to succeed, the other one must be compromised or abandoned. And largely today in Western societies, it's abandonment for men. Men are not allowed to broadcast themselves or to pitch their sexuality, or to try to perform to get another chick, whereas women can still advertise their sexuality in the event that things don't work out. In fact, to do so is terrifying, quote unquote. The idea of not being able to do that is terrifying. Think about that. You want to talk about the modern state? I mean, you want to know why marriage is like, 5.1 per 1,000 right now? It's at the lowest rate. What else do I have to say? All I'm doing, and again, I'm just connecting dots here. I'm not even using studies. I'm just looking at the methodologies of men's sexual strategies and women's sexual strategies. I don't think anybody would disagree with what I said as far as like men's sexual strategies. You know, men must perform, men perform, women choose. It's been that way for ages. It's been that way for what? Hold on. God damn it. I always want to get these. I
was there 3,000 years ago.
Yes, it's been that way for 3,000 years ago. More than that. So when women can remain in the sexual marketplace, but men are not allowed to remain in the sexual marketplace, I don't care how much you want to harp on and bang the gong about responsibility, tradcons, when that's the arrangement. When that's how it works. The moment Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, who else? Name the tradcon. Michael Knowles. The moment they start saying, ladies, you need to stop selling your ass on OnlyFans, because you should want to, not be required to. You should want to, because if he's the guy you want to reproduce with, you want to mix your DNA with, and you're going to be tied to that guy for the rest of your life. And he says, okay, we need to add this to the marriage vows. The guy says, forsaking all others. Well, let's add a few sub clauses to that, right? I'm not going to go put myself out there and try to go and get new trim, right? I'm not going to go get new strange. Okay. Deal? Okay. Here's the other deal. And in the marriage contract, you take your ass off of OnlyFans and you take your ass off of Instagram. Now, if that were to be part of the case, women say, well, that's an obligation and that's insecurity, blah, blah, blah. The reason they say that is because it's terrifying to not have that. Why is it terrifying? And I answered this question. Yeah, but then they want you to commit, right? Yeah. But men won't commit. Yes. Well, men, the conversation doesn't even happen. And again, I don't care if you, ladies, if you have an OnlyFans and you, especially, I even told the ladies on Access Vegas, I said, I'm judging you. I'm having OnlyFans. You know how many women that I interview that have OnlyFans? I'm directly porn stars. I'm not like, oh, shame on you. I'm not Michael Knowles. I'm not going to, that ain't going to be me. But when you force women to consider, why wouldn't that even be a thought in your head? That's really difficult for women to sort of wrap their heads around. And that forces them into like, well, here's the cognitive dissonance. I expect it to be closed on his end, but it's open on my end. But yet I'm going to give Andrew Tate shit for saying exactly that, because they can pull it off. There's very few men like top G, like high value men. It's almost like implicit, right? Like, well, he's a high value guy. I'm his main. He has a baby. I'm the baby mama. He's, he loves me. He comes home to me, but he's high value, and other women are going to want to bang him, and so better to have it above board than below board. For women to hear that from a guy is like outrageous, absolutely outrageous. But yet I can say, well, why would you not take yourself off of OnlyFans and stop advertising your sexuality? And so because you're essentially saying you are the functional equivalent of an Andrew Tate or whoever else, closed on his end, open on my end. That's what you're saying, ladies. It's closed on his end and it's open on my end. Or it's kind of open on my end. It's like, you never know. You never know. I asked a good friend if most women were if most women were insecure. She said all women are insecure, especially ones that seem like they aren't, including herself. If true, it's not surprising that women are terrified to stop advertising. Okay, insecure about what? I hate using the term. Oh, you're just insecure. Okay, let's define terms here. Yeah, that's it. Sam just put the picture in my private chat over here. And yes, that's the one. But unfortunately, I don't think I could probably post that on. You could find it out later. It's the Ciara picture when she looks like it looks like a big fishing net that's draped over her nakedness. And of course, what happens, everybody? Oh, you go, girl. She's inspiration to us all. And if Russell Wilson has a problem with Ciara advertising her sexuality on the red carpet at wherever event was at the Oscars, if he has a problem, then he's insecure. About what? He's Russell fucking Wilson. Okay. So he's kind of simpy, kind of beta-y. I know people are going to disagree with me. He's a quarterback. He'd kick your ass. Okay. Yes, and yes. But let's look at in this context. Okay. I was confronted, let's just say, by Vanessa, who said, John's cool with me wearing stuff like John Orlando's cool with me wearing that stuff. Okay. But where is the threshold is what I want to know. At what point is it no longer a monogamous relationship? And then what does it become after that? So hell, if Miss Tomasi wanted to wear something slinky and sheer, I'd be happy about that. I'd be cool with that in the right context. I don't want her to wear it to a funeral. I would not want her to wear it to some place like to church. You can see clearly that Ciara is not wearing that outfit to church. She wears something. She wears sweats. Oh, else context. And so I get it, and women want to show off and they want to look sexy and they want to feel sexy. Yes, please do. There's a difference between like going to a club and dressing in something sheer and like starting an Instagram post that shows your ass, right? Or suddenly you want to become a model. And if that's your vocation, by all means, please do. You guys know one of my best friends is Mike Tang, photographer Mike Tang. And he and his wife, that's all they do is take pictures of hot women, and they use it for social media. I have no problem with that practice of it. I am getting down to the nuts and bolts. What I'm asking is like, where is the threshold? Where do you draw the line? Okay, well, she can wear slinky outfits. All right, cool. And she can have an Instagram. Okay, cool. She's making money off of selling pictures of her butt in a thong. Maybe that's still okay, right? Well, now she's getting propositions of guys sliding into her DMs who want to fly her to Mykonos. Are you cool with that? Would it make me insecure if my wife wanted to go fly off with some, with the Tinder swindler to, I don't know, Belarus? And if I said no, would that make me a tyrant? You're not what is it? You're holding me back. You're not empowering me. You're not like supporting me. You're not sensitive to my needs. Where do you draw the line? That's what I want to say. It's like, where's the threshold then? I would argue that the threshold is the desire point, is the genuine desire. Now you've heard, of course, the first book is, in the desire dynamic, genuine desire is everything. Like it's the want. I can make you do something with a gun to your head, right? I can obligate you to do things. It doesn't mean you want to do those things. If you go and buy a prostitute for a night, if she's a good performer, she can make you believe that she does want those things. And that's really, you're paying for the performance, right? But if she doesn't want to do those things, you can't make her want to do those things. She has to feel some sort of organic, genuine desire to do those things and to express those behaviors. And the same applies to a lot of different things that have nothing to do with sex, or maybe they do indirectly, but they to have desire, to have an expressed will to want to do something is really, it's the basis of a lot of different things. You can even call it free will if you want. My ex-girlfriend used to wear a one piece to the beach with me. I never told her to do that, but she wanted to stop advertising. Did she tell you that later on? She's like, hey, you know what? Only you get this pussy and I don't want anybody else to have it. We'll point this out as well, is like there has been like when clearly there is a mate guarding instinct in men. So let's point that out really quickly there. Men have always mate guarded. You want to know why guys get jealous? And like men and women get jealous for different reasons. You've heard me say this before. Guys want to know about the sex act of infidelity. Women want to know about the emotional investment. Right? They get jealous because they're afraid of a loss of resources. They're afraid that he's going to fall in love with that bitch and all of my investment and because women invest their sexual capital in a guy and a guy's potential. And if it doesn't pay off and he falls in love with another girl, then that's a sunk cost, right? That's a opportunity cost. And that could be really devastating for a woman who she gets with a guy who's, an up and comer when she's 25, 26 years old. And then he gets with his secretary and falls in love with the secretary. All her capital, all her sexual agency and her capital was invested in a bad bet. That's what's terrifying. Putting their money into a bad bet, putting their sexual capital into a bad bet. That's why they say, I need to keep my Instagram, because what if I get to the point, he gets to the point where he's bored of me, or he becomes this abusive son of a bitch, or he fucks his secretary, and then I wouldn't have any kind of fail-safe. Instagram is basically a fail-safe. I mean, it becomes anyways a fail-safe for women. Social media. It could be, trust me, in the future, it'll probably be something else, but let's just say for sake of argument, the ability to easily keep advertising a woman's sexuality on the global sexual marketplace is a fail-safe, or it's an insurance policy. I even called it that when I was on Access Vegas. I said, so you really want an insurance policy is what you're saying. And most of them were like, yeah, I do. Sean Morrow, could you argue that the effect, not literal comparison, of asking her to get off OnlyFans Instagram is similar to Grape? Yes, I can argue it. Would you like me to? I'll argue it. It's eliminating her prerogative to have choice and exercise hypergamy. Yes, because we have to get back to nuts and bolts, and we have to get to the hypergamy side of things, which is why I left the men this video up. I'll take it here in a second. Let's see. Ragnar Odin's Odin. We know the red pill can't cure autism, but what about Canis Helix or the Butcher's Nails or Magnus? Really? I doubt it could. But I'm fairly certain that the red pill will not cure the Butcher's Nails. That's an implant. So let's just go with that. I don't know. Maybe you can train it. Maybe you can train it out of them. Yeah, maybe. Space Wolves, you could probably train it out of them. Magnus is too smart for that. He did nothing wrong. People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Efosa Asunde. That was $1.10, and it's not even a sticker. But you know what? First time super chatter. You get one of those. There you go. So would you? Oh, let me go back to that super chat again. That was good. Okay, so I'm going to argue this. Here you go. Could you argue that the effect of asking her to get off of OnlyFans is similar to forced sexual copulation? Now, yes. Here's why. All right, ladies, listen closely. If you're one of my critics on that thread, that 28-second video, if you're one of my critics, this is why it rubs you the wrong way. Because the existential fear of women is to be forced to have a child not of her choosing. You want to know why Grape, forced sexual copulation, I can't use the real world because we're in a gynocentric social order, right? If you want to know why Grape is so offensive and so invasive and so, women describe it as being a violation, of their bodies and their souls. And I'm not to take nothing. I 100% understand that sentiment. I get it. But the reason why it's an atrocity, right? The reason why it is because, which is why I don't think we should belittle it, by the way. But the reason why it is because it is the realization of women's existential fear, which is, I was forced to have the baby of a guy who I did not choose with my hypergamous, via hypergamy. You want to know why arranged marriages are so offensive today? That's why they didn't used to be. You want to know why the mythological patriarchy is so offensive? Is because it hints at taking that control away. Anything that limits or takes away anything like the freedom of choice, let's just say, of choosing who a woman is going to, her prerogative, she can change her mind, right? Choosing who she wants to have sex with and choosing who she wants to breed with. Anything that is even a question about that is tantamount, there's your vocabulary word, to Grape, to forced sexual copulation. And it's at least it can be conflated with that. I shouldn't say it's not like experiencing it, obviously, but it can be conflated with that. And I understand why that is from an evolutionary perspective, because it goes back to the sexy sons theory. Like, women want to have sex with guys who are sexy, who are hot. I get with a hot guy in the foam cannon party. There, I said it again. In Cancun on spring break. Hypergamy can't afford not to do that, right? But the reason why is that's the proximate, and then the ultimate. The ultimate is she wants to have sexy sons because those sexy sons will carry her DNA, which are more, if her sons are sexy, they're more likely to pass on her DNA to the next generation. For men, it's direct, right? Here's my DNA. Have at it. Go get it, boys. But for women, it's a selection process. And in a society, in a gynocentric society, by women for women, it is no shock that is the preeminent focus of women, especially when it comes to abortion, when it comes to birth control, when it comes to reproductive rights, when it comes to child support too. Look at how many ways the existential fear of women is expressed in our legislation, in our policy, in our finance, in our economics. Look at how many ways women's sexual strategy defines our conversations about stuff that might even not necessarily be related to it. But when we talk about, like I've said this before, I'll say it one more time right here, that abortion is the ultimate expression of hypergamy. There's nothing that says he ain't the right guy like the ability to end his kid's life in utero. That's a fail-safe. You want to, and I try. I honest to God, I try, guys. I try. There was a conversation, and you're right. During the Michael Knowles thing on, or the it wasn't even an interview. His appearance on whatever podcast. Of course, the most contentious part of that was when they were debating abortion. And of course, Brian ignored my super chats because they were measly $9 super chats or $10 super chats. You know me, I'm a cheapskate, right? But my question will always be this, and you know why? And another reason why people ignore it, because it's a conversation killer. You want to win that debate, all you have to say is, what is the purpose of abortion? That's all. Because you know what? When you say that, when you ask that question, ladies, what is the purpose of abortion? Maybe someone will give you a nuts and bolts answer, but they will dance around that. The reason that abortion exists, the reason why women will fight tooth and nail and celebrate it all over the world when a new country gets the right to abort their children, the reason for that is because it is a fail-safe against bad reproductive decisions on the part of a woman. You want me to, that is the hill I will die on, ladies. You want to challenge me on that? I'll be happy to take your challenges. Because by and large, 97%. Rugby actually gave me stats on this not too long ago. Like global stats on the reasons why women have abortions. And I believe it was like in 97 or 96% of abortions are performed electively. So when people say, well, what about in cases of rape? What about it? That's a fraction of 1%. What about when it's incest? A fraction of 1%. What about when it's, what about? Yeah, anything that you can give me the what about, that makes up the 3% of the reasons why women actually have an abortion. The rest, 97%, is elective. I saw a banner in LA, by the way, that said, abortions save lives. Let that sink in, right? That's some real hamstering. That's a lot of rationalization, right? How do you come around to that? How do you square that circle or circle that square? How do you square that circle? I want to know. If somebody can tell me what the logic is in abortion saves lives, I would really like to know. I'd like to be able I would like to be able to steel man that and straw man that. Apparently that's what we got to do these days. Predictions on future self-deletion rates. They will continue to go upwards. There's your 199 answer. Can you explain the situation between Tom Brady and Giselle Bündchen, because she has no genuine desire for him, for her to delete her Instagram? Instead, he must give up everything, including his career. Because it's okay. So here's what I'll give you the two answers for this viral shorts. Here's the one. Here's the politically correct one, or the female correct one. Is, well, she's a control freak. There's something wrong with her. She's damaged. Right? Who on planet Earth would give up Brad Pitt? Well, Angelina Jolie. Like, who on earth, or oh God, what is it? Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods in some hot water again. Tiger, by now, it's going to cost him $30 million to get out. Well, maybe half of that. We'll see. Cost him, let's just say the worst of the worst. It's going to cost him $30 million to sort of extricate himself from his girlfriend who he made sign an NDA. Game recognizes game. But dude, if you have to have a girlfriend sign an NDA, yeah, you're Tiger fucking Woods, man. You could have a new chick every night if you wanted to. And they don't have to sign no NDA. You just got to pay him to come, pay him to leave. And he's after something more than that. I get it. But like, he didn't want to have to go through the same bullshit that he went through with the Swedish bikini model wife, I would presume. But, women will, and you know what? Women will take her side. Women are still taking the side of Amber Heard. Damaged. Giselle. I'll tell you what, here's a funnier thing is, why is it that women by and large have more sympathy, let's just say, for Giselle and her decision to let go of Tom Brady? I'm Giselle. I can get with whoever I want. They reinforce that behavior. There's more affirmation that goes along with that. Now, why is that the case? But like, when was it Chris Brown beat up Rihanna? Like, the Twitter storms were like, he could beat me up anytime he wants. He could come. I'll take it on the chin. That's no problem. That's Chris Brown. What? Why? How? Again, why does the thug get? I don't call him a thug, but like, why does the veritable thug get that response? But when Tom Brady and Giselle are going at it, Tom is not getting the love and Giselle is. Or why is it that was it Michael B. Jordan and what was the chick, something Hardy? I forget her first name. Anyways, when they split, it seems like she's like, I let him go. He's my leftover. Like, Michael B. Jordan is your leftovers. And you know what? Women back her up. You go, girl. You be in your energy and your feminine power. You reside in your feminine power, queen. That's Michael B. Jordan. Like, who are you going to get that's better? And you're only going to get worse. You're only going to decay that much more. But that's cognitive dissonance. Chris Brown, he could beat me up anytime he wants. But Michael B. Jordan got let go. He got his papers, his walking papers. What the hell is her name? Somebody will give it to me. Yeah, so Giselle. Well, that is a $20 super chat. Let me see if I can do a little bit better with that. Well, but Giselle, here's the problem that you're going to run into with the existential fear of women and deleting Instagram, because Instagram is a fail-safe against the existential fear, meaning that if I get with the wrong guy, Jesus, this just occurred to me. Instagram is like a low dosage form of hormonal birth control. It really is. It's a fail-safe, right? I made a bad reproductive choice. I've got this guy right here, but if he doesn't work out, hey, here's me in freaking Mykonos. Here's me in Sao Paulo. Here's me in this beach somewhere. Show my ass. Right. So you still have the option. Women reserve, even in marriage, women reserve the right to advertise themselves on the sexual marketplace. Whereas men, if they try to sell themselves, because men have to pitch, they are cheaters and sons of bitches and disloyal. And they, of course, they lock into all of those tropes and all of those stereotypes of the abuser, the incompetent, the disloyal, untrustworthy, doofy dad, or the typical man who's men are pigs. Men are pigs when they adopt the same, or they lean back into their mating strategy, whereas women never gave it up in the digital age. So, by the way, I'm not saying this is how it has always been. Maybe to a lower degree it has been. But like ever since the sexual revolution, right up to 2023, it's never been easier. And it's never been more acceptable. And there's a reason it's acceptable, because we live in a society that is by women for women. So we're going to promote that idea. And the reason we do is because it's an insurance policy against having made a bad reproductive choice. I get a mulligan. I get to undo, Command Z. You use a Mac, like me. It's this want to, you want to talk about response, like for all the talk of men. See, when we come back to the responsibility question once again, the cure for all this is just men would take responsibility. Everything in society is designed from the ground up to excuse women from responsibility. And we think men have the problem with responsibility. Mike, Matt, Candace, Ben, Jordan. It's like, it's right here. It's right here in front of your face. But we can't do that. We can't talk about that, because if we do, we don't want to piss off the ladies, because if we do, we lose market share. Dark Knight Dev. Hey, man. Rolo, does it make sense for men to be non-committal concerning what women are doing now and seeing it as a sign of desire if she gives that up? I would say so, if she decides to. I'm not saying that women won't do that. Maybe just the girls that I have a small sample size, right? But pretty much every girl that's been asked that on Myron and Fresh, and they do a lot more volume than we do, has said something very similar. In fact, I would encourage Myron Fresh, if you're watching, I would encourage you to ask the question, would it enter into your head? Would it be a concept? If he was unobligated, if the guy never asked about it, but he was so hot and so high value and so like 100% confirmed, like he's the ideal guy, would it ever cross your mind to stop advertising yourself, however that takes form? Most women will say no. Because so let me see if I can turn this around. Because to say yes implies that it implies this almost like naive belief that she could be happy with a guy who takes care of everything. That she could be closed on her end and open on his end, or closed on both of their ends. How about that? Why don't we try that? I've been doing that for quite some time. It's closed on my end and it's closed on Mrs. Tomasi's end. You know what? I think it's going to make a comeback at some point. I hope it does. Maybe I'm just naive, right? But that's what it ought to be. You can go look at my wife. Seriously. I invite you to. Go try to find my wife on Instagram. You won't find her. She doesn't have an Instagram. Try to find my wife on OnlyFans. She's not on OnlyFans. Go try to find her on Facebook. She's not even on Facebook. I have a private Facebook for my family and stuff. She, can, chime in and chime out. I hardly ever use Facebook's for old people. She's not on Twitter. She's not on YouTube. She has no desire to be on any of those platforms. And it's not because Rollo must keep her under his thumb. He must have an iron fist that he just crushes her poor little soul. No, she doesn't want to. She's never expressed any desire to, at least, that's for sure. She's sexy for me. When it's time to get down, it's time to get down. And I love having sex with my wife. Absolutely. And I like it when she wears sheer sexy stuff too. Baby, if you're watching. It's been a long 5 days. And she knows what I do, and I bring it home to her. Closed on my end, closed on her end. Is that still a thing? Can that still be a thing? Yeah, but you're a beta. You think I am? But the existential fear, I think, needs to sort of be elaborated on just a touch more. Because I think that is what really defines the psyche of the modern woman right now. You want to know why women say, I don't need a man. I want a man, but I don't need a man. You know why they say that they don't need a man? Is because the things that would threaten the existential fear, which is being forced to, or making a bad reproductive choice, or having that forced upon them, is intimately related to, I don't need a man. So women have a choice. They say, you know what? My selection, my choice of guys are this. The Homer Simpson, the incompetent, fat, funny dad who needs mom to save him from himself. basically a big dumb kid, a dependent. Then there's the abuser, the borderline abuser, or the actual abuser. He's the son of a bitch who's going to smack you around and you're going to keep coming back because you can't get away. It's terrifying. And then there's the incompetent dude, which is like kind of a new development since the millennials, which he's the guy that can't drive a stick shift, doesn't know how to change a tire, doesn't know how to tie, doesn't know how to do basic shit, right? So you got incompetent, you got goofball, doofy guy, and you're ridiculous guy, and then you've got abusive guy. And really, that's what we've been promoting in in gynocentric society for a long time now. So those are your choices. Well, what are you going to do, ladies? You can't trust men. They're all dogs, and they're not going to college. Clearly, they're not living up. Clearly, they're not taking responsibility. Clearly, they're not trying to become the best versions of themselves that they can. They got no motivation. They have no incentive to do so. So you, as a women's sexuality, is a depreciating asset. So you're going to have to find some way to get an insurance policy for yourself in many different ways. Abortion's one of those. Instagram and Facebook and Instagram and OnlyFans and social media, maybe borderline pornography, whatever. That's an insurance policy. The abortion, insurance policy, hormonal birth control, an insurance policy that even if you make a bad choice, well, you undo. Let's find another dude, because you can't trust men, and they're all incompetent, and they ain't living up to the expectations of women. Women will say that directly. Men are just not living up to my expectations. And then you hear from tradcons, men are just not living up to women's expectations. We really need to fix men so women can be more satisfied. You want to talk about the feminist agenda in traditional conservatism? That's it. So when we're discussing like individual issues, it could be abortion, it could be birth control. It could be birth control fucks women up, man. With messes up with their libido and makes them fat, and makes them bitchy, and they choose the wrong guys when they're on birth control. They want the betas when they're on birth control, which of course is inconclusive, and I really need to do a dedicated show to that. It does actually affect women's libidos, but it does not cause sexual dysfunction. I've got stats on that right now. But still, it's a hot topic. But it's a hot topic to talk about hormonal birth control or abortion or whatever else, like women's issues, or the shit that we talk about in the manosphere and the red pill for God knows how long. And people think they're putting a new spin on it. You're not. Trust me. I've been in this for 20 years. You're not putting anything novel on the table, my friends. But what they don't get, and the reason why they can't defend positions, is because they don't understand the basic, like the root level distilled down to the existential fear. You want to end the debate on abortion? Say, what is the purpose of abortion? To both, to conservative or the wokesy, progressive leftist liberal girls with furry armpits. You could say the same thing. What is it? You'll force both of them, both of those ideologies to confront cognitive dissonance. And that's number one. So usually what I say is ask that of the wokesy girls. What's the function of abortion? Well, women need a right to choose, and we've been oppressed. And you'll get some emotionalist bullshit, right? No. What is the purpose? Tell me why abortion exists. Tell me why women are so hostile and will dedicate their lives to making sure that every country and every place has legal and safe abortions. Why? To what end? It's a failsafe. That's the simple answer, right? It's because you make bad reproductive decisions and you want an undo. That's why. So when you can confront them with that and say that, so from there, now we can have a conversation. We can take it from, so is this the best policy? Why don't men have a seat at the table? Because they don't have a uterus? No, but they do contribute genetic material to the creation of a child. Knowing that it's a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices, should men not be held accountable for children that they don't want to have? Should they be fined? Why? Then you question child support, and man, everything cascades from there. That's one angle. The conservative angle is you say, well, Michael Knoll, I tried to get this in. I swear to God, I put this in as a super chat, and I even emailed it to Brian from whatever podcast where Michael Knowles is on there. I said, ask Michael if he believes that abortion is murder. Now, I'm fairly certain he would say yes. Most of them, with the exception of Tommy Lahren, most conservatives would say yes. So yeah, man, keep that in mind. Anytime you see Tommy Lahren mouthing off about like men not measuring up and fathers not, doing their due diligence, and oh man, we have fathering, but remember that for someone who is now on the to a lesser degree is now on the manosphere tip, Tommy, you got no room to talk when you're pro-choice. And vocally so, and has been for quite some time. Again, cognitive dissonance, Tommy Lahren. You're going to talk about the crisis of fatherlessness and these single unwed mothers, and they want to talk. She'll get on her high horse about that, but I want to fail safe for bad reproductive choices. So are you a feminist? Tommy. Cognitive dissonance. Why isn't nobody calling this shit out, man? That'll be the first thing that comes out of my mouth if she ever gets me on that show. I don't know if she wants me on the Tommy. I'll call me. Have me and Mike on there. You want a buffer? Mike will probably overtalk everybody. You want a buffer? Yeah, we'll have Mike on too. Mike Sartain would be great on the Tommy Lahren show. I think both of us together would be great. I know Brad Lee has been on there. I think we could probably get an in on Tommy's show. We have to fly to Nashville. But cognitive dissonance. You're going to complain about Tatiana's, and you're going to complain and I mean that voice, man, it's that grating like ostrich voice about, oh, men aren't living up, there ain't shit, man, where you guys need to take responsibility, blah 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 blah. But women should have a right to choose. What? Closed on his end, open on mine. By the way, that's part of the advertising. Doesn't matter. I'm on the pill. Doesn't matter. Hey, this pussy's available. It's free flow. It's community property, as Michael Starr would say. I know I'm letting the supers get away from me. Hang on. I do my best to stay on. This is the Rational Mail. We try our best to stay on top of super chats here. It's our policy. Scream Feast. Is that that's like a horror movie? There's a really good. I'm not like a horror movie aficionado, but there's a horror movie called Feast, and that was like scary as fuck, I gotta say. I advise my sons to ghost any women. Don't spell it this way, dude. That's their language. That's not our language. Please don't spell women with a Y. That would refuse to delete her IG. Okay. Refuse implies obligation. I don't want to have to put it this way. I think you should wait. Well, let's see if we can correct this. Let's fix it for you here. I advise my sons not to ghost any woman that would refuse to delete her Instagram. No, here's the thing. Ghost any woman who would not do it voluntarily, who would not think to do it in the first place. Because really what that says is her estimate of you is that you are not high enough value for her to consider, like organically, like have it be a thought that enters her brain, would not even consider to delete her Instagram. I don't want compliance. I don't want submission from my wife. I seriously don't. I don't want submission from her. I want genuine desire. That is more valuable than submission. Because if she desires it and I don't have to ask about it, do you think that I have ever had that conversation with my wife? Never. I've never had to say that. I'm not saying, hey, I want you to do that. It's just, that's how people get really confused when I say a good relationship is effortless. Because if it's based on genuine desire, one for the other, then there is no conversation. Hey, babe, I think you should have your pictures off of Instagram. My friend, the people at work might see. Like, that conversation doesn't happen. because she's ride or die. And she's like, I don't want to lose this guy. Are you out of your fucking mind? Of course I'm taking my shit off of Instagram. Look at him. Look at this guy. New Horizon says, do you, with a red pill line, do you think the I don't need a man could also be a type of shit test in modern dating? Just a random thought. Yeah, well, here's the thing is women don't need a man until that guy is so high value. Until that guy is Jason Momoa. Until that guy is so high value that they have a need for him. That comes down to sexual market value ratios, by the way. I've written extensively on SMV ratios. I'll cover that here in just a second. Let me get to the rest of these here, but that's a good point. If she's been ran through and 36, obviously it's just for recreational use, but when do you let her loose? When something better comes along? Do not be like water, my friend. You have to practice it's not your turn. It's not, she's not yours. It's just your turn. That is the most, by the way, that is the most Zen saying that you can possibly think of that could be applied to the red pill. She's not yours, brah. It's just your turn. What that's saying is it's better to practice non-possessiveness. It's not that she's the town bicycle. It's just that, I don't own her, and you'll own nothing and be happy about it. Right. Where'd you go? No one ever sends supers for Sambada. Holy mackerel. Wait, I got a new one. Hang on. Here we go. Here, this is for Sambada. I got a new sound drop. You guys know where that's from. Some of you dorks know where that's from. All my guys who watch Masculine Geek know where that's from. What is a location where you can find large concentrations of young women? Victoria's Secret. Went to TC's buffet at Atlantis in Reno, which is a good buffet, by the way. No hot women, only old people. Don't go to casinos to find hot women. Go to, are you in Reno? Go to Lex. Why are you not at Lex? Is it Babinga? I forget what the one that's in El Dorado. Go there. But I don't like that kind of music, Rolo. I don't either. Then go to Alturas Bar for fuck's sake. I don't care. You might be slim pickings at Alturas too. Shout out to Alturas Bar. My favorite place in Reno, actually. All right. So I'm going to, I think that I have one other article to get to today. Okay. So I want to throw this one out here. So we've covered, I don't need a man. I want a man. Okay. Ladies, you need a man. Because the sexes, men and women, evolve to be innate natural complements to one another. The reason why I say that when you tell a woman she doesn't need a man, she's independent. You want to know why women have struggle with the idea of getting back with their inner feminine. Like they want to turn it into some woo-woo magical thing or some Carl Jung, masculine, feminine, anima, animus, right? The reason they want to default to sort of metaphorical truths is because they don't like to have to deal with the cognitive dissonance that if they were to get in touch with their inner feminine, it implies that they would have to be submissive, or it implies that they might have to give up some degree of control over their long-term security that they spent probably most of their lives trying to get to, or to feel at least comfortable enough. They say, well, I make a lot of, I'm the boss, babe. She walks like the boss and talks like the boss. You get to that point, career-wise, you get to that point, ladies. And if you're, again, to the critics I have here, if women are in their prime, you want to go down the prime route? We'll go down the prime route. And you say that women have looks at their highest priority in this age bracket. Doesn't that mean looks is the most important thing for attraction? Looks is the most important thing for arousal. It's attraction. There's a difference between attraction and arousal. So you have to make a distinction between those two. And if you want to read about that distinction, you can go pick up book 2, Preventive Medicine. I believe that's where I put that in there. Attraction and arousal are two different things. if you ask a woman and anyone on any other podcast mouthing these words, here's where it came from. Arousal is what gets a woman hot. It's what gets her wet between the legs. It's the physical aspects. If you ask a woman, what are you looking for in a man? She's going to give you a list of attributes for her ideal long-term partner. Okay. He's got to be funny. He's got to be tall. He's got to, love his mom. He's got to have a really good job. He's got to make at least 58% more than I do. He's got to be a few inches taller than 6 feet. We got to put that in the filters, right? He's got to have six-pack abs. He's got to have a V taper. He has to have a strong jawline. He's got to, with Royce, blogger Royce, if you don't know who he is, used to call the 436 bullet point checklist. Okay, now, by order of degree, those are priorities. But what those are is they're characteristics and attributes of a guy who would probably make a pretty good dad. Right? He's funny. He's good with the kids. Reads to them. Takes them to plays baseball and rough houses with them, and does all the things that Jordan Peterson doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But yeah, sounds like a good guy. So if you ask a woman what she's attracted to, that's what she will say. If you ask a woman what she's aroused by, that's Justin Weller. That's Jason Momoa. That's Michael B. Jordan. That's a nice butt, a six-pack abs, a V taper, the strong jawline, a 10-inch cock, tan, jacked and juicy, just like Robert Frank. If you don't know who Robert Frank is, you should know who Robert Frank is. I'm teasing him. But you know what I'm saying. He's all you looks maxers. You're right. You're right about the arousal side of that whole equation. Yes, it's got to be hot. Got to be symmetrical. Got to be good looking. Got to have blue eyes and little big eyes, and good hair, nice style. Got to look good. Got to have looks. He has to have a look. He has to have a theme. He has to be a guy that inspires visceral lust in women. And usually the reason why I separate those two is because women will women don't need a man. They want a man. Who do they want? They want the guy who inspires visceral lust. That's what they want. Well, I want him to show up on time, show up at 6, dick me down hard and then leave by 9. That's because that's the arousal side. It's alpha fucks, beta bucks, right? Women have already, at least perceptually, covered the beta buck side of hypergamy. What is that? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment, right? They can have a baby on whenever they want. You want to know why babies are born out of wedlock? They don't. The state will take care of that, or child support will take care of that. And if it won't, the perception is that it will. Then there's provisioning. Then there is protection. All that stuff that is, and then there's emotional support. And then there's the beta buck side. Those attributes are usually what makes a guy attractive. What makes a guy hot are the alpha fuck side. That's why she will have sex in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. She was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. Because hypergamy cannot afford to miss a proximate cause, cannot afford to miss sexual opportunities with high value guys. And a high value in this sense is the guy who is 6 foot tall, looks jacked and juicy, 10-inch cock, blah, blah, right? So that's why I make a distinction between arousal and attraction, because women will always default because I don't sound like a slut. So they don't want to say, well, I want a guy with 20-inch guns and he's got to have an 8-pack. He has to look like Andreas Munzer in his prime. Go look up Andreas Munzer, bodybuilder Andreas Munzer. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to say that. Makes them look bad. Makes them look like they're skanky hoe. Although some women will say, I think women are becoming a little more comfortable with saying that. But ask them what they want, that you'll get long-term answers. Ask them what they're hot for. You might get different answers. Andreas Munzer. That dude was ripped. He died because he was too ripped. I'm going with that. Actually, did he die? I think he died. Well, of course, he probably died from drug overdose, like steroids or something like that. But that dude is the most ripped dude in bodybuilding in the 90s was Andreas Munzer. I remember that name. It's a good dude. He was my favorite. My brother used to be an amateur circuit bodybuilder back then. And so like we would always like read like Muscle and Fit, like Joe Weider's Muscle and Fitness. And so like Corey Everson was always on the cover. And then Ronnie Coleman might be on, and Lee Haney and Dorian Yates, and I'm trying to think who else. Lee Labrada. Is it Mike Coulter or Jay Coulter? I forget which Coulter it was. I actually like the Coulter. Was it Mike Coulter? No, it was Jay. I think it was Jay Coulter. Yeah, Lee Haney. Lee Haney was a beast, man. But anyways, so when it comes to the existential fear, the reason why women get so upset about me making a point saying, ladies, the reason, here's this, that whole clip was to describe the reason why women feel so much frustration with men today. Because they're not feeling frustration with men, they're feeling frustration with themselves. Because no man, or very few men, like top elite level guys, the vast majority of men cannot compete, is not attractive. Arousing is another thing, is not attractive as much as she can be for herself. She already satisfies protection, provisioning, and parental investment. She already says, because she's got a career, she's got an education, she makes this X amount of dollars, and all that stuff that would make a man a really good catch means nothing on the sexual marketplace. And women make a criminal mistake when they think that they deserve a top shelf, top level, elite level guy because they have made themselves top level, top shelf, elite level men themselves. But I mean, as women, right? They become the men that they want to marry. And those guys have no use for them. I try to put that in my response in there, but of course it falls on deaf ears. But that's really the case. And the frustration that women feel when I say, I was trying to make this point in the video, and like I said, it's 28 seconds, but I'm trying to make this point is that women tell me, Rollo, I've done everything I was told to do. I got a career. I got my business on point. I'm still, I know I'm 35, but I'm still good looking, kind of. Well, not as good looking as you were when you were 23. But doesn't matter. You still, there are some by the way, we have some very attractive, I would say the top elite level chicks on our show on Access Vegas. And quite a few of them are in the 38 to 42 year old range. And you would never know it by looking at their Instagram. Remember, perception is everything. But like when you see them in person, they're, for the most part, they're just as hot in person as they are on Instagram. Jamie Villamore, who is absolutely stunning, is 42 years old. And I believe she has kids. I don't know how many, but I believe she has kids. Absolutely. Like she's fitness pageant quality body, right? It's not, women can stay sexy for, they maintain it and take it into the body shop and get work done. Yeah. It's possible. But if you like women, like someone like that is going to be, this is I'm using her as an example. This is not meant directed at her, but women who are, let's say 38 and they've got their career on point. And by like, you're talking about women who and by career, maybe it's OnlyFans, and they're making more money than any guy that they could possibly get with. Like any guy that would be interested in a woman who is like in the long term, not recreational use only, but is interested in her in the long term, she's already making more money than that guy. Most of the women that we have, like most, I would say certainly more than half, but maybe like, let's say 75%, 80% of the women that are on Access Vegas, they're gorgeous by conventional standards. You can argue if you want about tattoos and big circus tits, whatever, but they make, what you can't argue with is they make more money than lawyers. They make more money than brain surgeons. I even asked that on the show. You should go, I should scrub back through that show and show you. But I asked Tristan, I said, I had him look it up. I said, what is the average salary of a brain surgeon? I think it was. And he said, I think it was $600,000 or $700,000 a year for a guy who works on your brain And I'm looking at these women. I said, now, how many women make more than $600,000 to $700,000? And like, I think there's at least 4 of them that raise their hands. Like they're in the million range, or they're making a lot of, or they're close to it, if not. So you're talking about a guy who, I don't know how long it takes to become a doctor in like neurological science or neurosurgery. A guy who's like saving people's lives by like tinkering with their brains. OnlyFans models make more than that. Instagram models, influencers, bottle girls at the freaking pool parties. If they're not making that much, they're getting pretty close to it. It's not about looks at that stage. It's like they can't find a long-term partner because they price themselves out of the sexual marketplace in the long term. They can find hot guys to go at to have sex with, I'm sure, but none of them turn out to be very like, why is it that they don't marry those guys? That's what I want to know. Because when I've talked to Richard Reeves, and when if you look at like, say, I'm going to show you Scott Galloway here again in a second. If it's social constructionism, if it's all about, it's all about how you feel, or it's all about, women need to sort of rethink their priorities with guys. They just, it's got to be married for love. It's not exchange, not transaction, not opportunism. Remember, women love opportunistically and men love idealistically. Why is it that like these girls, these very attractive girls who are making way more money than 90% of the guys that are coming on to them, that are trying to take them out, they're not marrying those guys? Why are they not like getting down and saying, you know what, getting down on one knee and proposing to him? Why? Because that's not how the machine was built. That's why. It's not social constructionism. That's why they don't marry. They like to fuck them. I'm absolutely certain they love to do that. But they don't want to marry them. They don't want to have they don't have kids with them. And if you press them on that, they would be like, well, he doesn't make as much money. He's got his own business. He's trying to catch up. He's trying to get up, on top. He's never going to get up to the level that she is on OnlyFans, or as an influencer, as a model, as whatever. Now, Rollo, those are just those girls in Vegas. Yeah, they are. But the perception online in the global sexual marketplace is that that's what women should expect from men. So even if you have an average girl who's on Fresh and Fit, who's 19, 20 years old, and she runs her own business, which is a nail salon or some shit like that, that girl still thinks that, oh, well, I'll have sex with the guy who's hot and he's, fun and he's 22 or whatever, but I'm not going to marry him because he'll never measure up to what I have. I am the man. He is the woman now. You want to talk about the masculinization of women and the feminization of men. Well, I don't need a man because I am the man, but I want a man. Who do they want? They want the guy who they're just going to have fun sex with, but would never consider, he's recreational use only, right? They would never have anything more with that guy because he will never amount, he will never amount to what she can potentially amount herself, or she believes she could potentially amount to herself. That's why. And again, yes, it comes back to the existential fear. Like, to marry that guy is terrifying, even though he's hot and he's got a big dick and he's ripped and he's fun in bed. The thought of not having the option to advertise herself, even though she's with a guy who's like jacked and Russell Wilson, right, is a high value guy, that even in that light, she still reserves the right to advertise her ass because there's a small chance that there might be a guy who makes a shit ton of money, looks just as good as this guy is, and is the ideal partner and wants to go off and just selects her and puts the freaking crystal slipper on her foot, right? The clash of male and female sexual strategies alone made me reflect upon many things. Your books keep me quoting you over and over to younger men. Thank you. Yeah, please do that. That's what's called multi-generational mentoring, and I'm stealing that line. Rollo, I forgot to mention, if you want the story of genuine desire, read the Song of Solomon. Yes, that's the hot and spicy section of the Bible. or the Song of Songs in the Bible. Wait. You know what we should do? Here's what we should do. Here. Let's read. Today's selection is Songs of Songs or Song of Solomon. Let's begin. Everybody, it's funny. It's like when I tell you Iron Disciples, they're going to run me with the flagpole for that. But I've always said, people say, yeah, that's the erotic literature of the Bible. I've read that. It's pretty tame. Well, actually, you know where the red pill portion of the Bible is? It's really in Proverbs, if you think about it, or Ecclesiastes. You guys don't think I know the Bible. I know the Bible. I also have a Quran right there, too, by the way. I do know enough of the Quran to get myself into trouble. Courtesy of Abu American. The episode of Dr. Phil and Jerome. Whoa, hold on here. You get this. The episode of Dr. Phil appeared on, you appeared on infuriated me beyond belief. Mission accomplished. Why does the media continue to demonize you and Andrew Tate, considering both of you have prevented much self-deletion? Because they are, well, I'll tell you why, Dr. Phil, because Dr. Phil is entertainment, not education. You're in a pod class. You guys are so effing lucky here because this is education. If you imagine this, imagine your only way of experiencing this was like through the medium of like old school, old order, like Dr. Phil style commercial television. Yeah, you probably like delete yourself. It's a different media. That's why it's different format. You want to know why? By the way, I was right. I hate being right all the time. There are talks now that Daily Wire is going to acquire. Daily Wire is going to acquire PragerU. They're playing footsie. They are doing a lot of collabs, let's just say. And I also have noticed that a lot of personalities that are on Daily Wire have been making a lot of appearances on Fox News. And I think that's a collaboration because they know that we're going into the election cycle. And so they've got to like sort of align their pieces on the chessboard. And Daily Wire will be a force to be reckoned with when we get into the election cycle. Take that to the bank. Let's see. Oh, did I catch up? I did catch up. Holy mackerel. I'm going to give you this one more time.
Masculinity. It's a man-made construct or a person, it's a societal construct. Feminine.
No, it's not. In fact, he contradicts himself here about the fact that, it's a construct. No, it's not. There are definable traits that are unique, but they are identifiable in men and in women, human males and human females, Scott, and you ought to know this already. He's, and ostensibly, I think, I don't know for sure. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Scott, I don't think bills himself. I've seen him on Bill Maher, but I think he bills himself more as sort of like this conservative. People, I think conservatives like him. I've seen him sort of paired with Richard Reeves, but he's basically speaking the language of the woke here, which is ethical relative. It's relativism, subjectivism, blank slateism, and social constructionism. And here is social constructionism.
Identity of masculinity. We can have it be whatever we want it to be, but
no, we can't.
Masculinity is, a set of behaviors that are usually associated with people born as men. But I like to think that it's acquiring the skills and strengths such that you can protect for and advocate for others.
Okay, then it ceases to be masculinity and becomes something else. If it is not something that is uniquely linked to human males, it is no longer masculine. There are two sexes. There are two genders. There's male and female. There's masculine and feminine. And if we don't make that distinction, all you are doing is using the language of the woke. You are using their language. You're using the language of emotionalism. And if you're not, and if you think you're not, it's probably to the point where it becomes second nature for you to use that and you don't realize that you're using it.
That means early on, you got to work on yourself. You got to be strong. You got to get certification. You got to be mentally fit. You got to work really hard and try and establish skills such that you can get economic security. You can be emotionally and mentally strong. And the whole point, the whole shooting match is such that you can protect others.
Okay. Stop right there. Every one of those attributes you can apply to every one of the women that were criticizing me in that Instagram video, or the video that I showed you. And I was reading you the responses. Every single one of them, every single one of those women defended themselves using those attributes. Well, why would you must be an insecure man if you don't want a woman who is all of those, right? You don't want a woman who's like that. Well, you must want little girls and you must want, dumb bimbos. Shame, shame, shame. But if you're going to say that those are the qualities that are masculine, and I agree that they are, but if you're going to say that it's a social construct, then everything you've just rattled off there is meaningless in the context of it being masculine, because women can have them too. In fact, damn near every woman that I talk to who's like this empowered alpha female believes that those words and those adjectives just describe them. So are they masculine or are they feminine? No. What did I say? I said women become androgynous things. If a woman could be a man and a man could be a woman, when we encourage like men, we need men to be more caring. We need them to be vulnerable and to take care of the kids and get into like nursing and get into like childcare and to be at home, I don't know, doing flower arrangements or some shit. Why can't women just find that attractive? It's a social construct. Why not? Why can't we just condition our ladies to like say, oh man, this flower arrangement is fucking hot. I want a guy who knows how to do a good flower arrangement or whatever. Knit one, purl two. Ah, man. Whew. That's really getting to me. Why can't we train them to do that? Pavlovian response, right? No, because the machine doesn't work that way. Why? Because gender and sex are biological. That's why. And all he's doing is reinforcing the idea that there is a separation between gender and sex. And there is not. And it's going to be my Christian duty to disprove that at every instance that I can going forward.
You can provide for your family, you can provide for yourself, and then at some point in your life, you can start advocating for and protecting others. That is
okay. Is that not what women do is that not what single mothers do, Scott?
It's true masculinity. And by the way, it's not.
So single mothers are actually truly masculine.
It's not just the domain of men. A lot of women demonstrate wonderful masculine attributes.
So therefore, those attributes are no longer masculine. There's something else. I mean, we could give it a different name. The virtuous attributes for humans. Don't call it, because by trying to tag that to masculine or feminine, it's meaningless. If women can have it and men can't, or men can have it and women can't, then they're like, what's the point? Why are you even trying to put a dick or a vagina on it?
It's getting up at fucking 6 a.m. and going to work and doing shitty work such that you can protect your family economically. But
I wonder how many women are watching this that do exactly that. They get up at 6 a.m. and they do shitty work so they can protect and provide for their family. How many of them are doing that?
For God's sakes, it's never using your masculinity to in any way oppress people or to be some sort of predator for women physically or sexually, or not have the same level of respect and admiration for women.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. This is the equivalent of Jordan Peterson saying that if like men who pursue women and run game on women are little better than grapists, grape enthusiasts, forced sexual copulationists. That's basically what he's yammering on about here. I'm fucking sick and I'm using the F word on this. I am fucking sick of dickheads like this who are masculine apologists. Stop it. Stop it. Stop apologizing for your masculinity. Yes, men are violent. That's part of the machine. Can we get it under control? Can we maintain it? Yes, we can. Absolutely. But it's part of the machine. Stop apologizing for being a guy. Stop devaluing and debasing masculinity that is distinct and set apart from females and is a natural innate proclivity for men. What we value, what makes a man respectable is every last thing he said on there. And I 100% agree with it. Get up at 6 a.m., provide for your family, protect your family, provisioning, protection, parental investment. Bam, there it is. All the beta bucks side of hypergamy. Yes, 100%. Absolutely agree. When you say, oh, well, women can do it too. Okay, well, they can, but if they become the men that they want to marry, then they can do it too, right? They don't have to be servile. They don't have to. I mean, what gets me is like when women talk about like how powerful they are and their inner feminine. What the fuck is that, right? Because when women tell me like, Rollo, how do I get a man? I'm 38 and I did all this stuff, and I tell them, you need to become more feminine. You need to be girly, be a woman, be a kind of woman that men get attracted to and are attracted to and are aroused by. It's one thing to be arousing. Like, you're 42 years old. You look like Jamie Vilmar. Awesome. But if you act like a man, men's subconscious will view you and relate to you as a man. If you're behaving like a woman, then it's different. But if your let's say your predominant characteristics, like he was saying right here, are masculine, then don't be surprised when guys are like, yeah, they'll be happy to fuck you, but they really don't want anything more than that with you, because it's like dealing with a business partner. It's dealing with Mike Sartain. I'm sorry. I don't want to fuck Mike Sartain. I like him because he's a man and I relate to him as a man. But if he started acting very feminine, I might be like, whoa, I would, it's incongruent. We always talk about incongruency in like guys who don't understand game, or guys who are just kind of like incels, right? Or guys in the black pill community. They don't understand the concept of being incongruent. Like, you can be a really good looking guy, but your personality, you can be like, and women will think you're creepy, even though you're good looking, and they might want to fuck you. But like, if you start acting like you're gay, then women go, okay, he's a good looking guy, but he bats for the other team, right? It's incongruent with what they were expecting. The same thing applies to women. So if men are expecting you to, if you look feminine and you look hot and you wear lingerie and you're like all about, you're flirty and you're fun and you're sweet and you're nice and everything like that, that's the feminine. That is a compliment to the way that you look and the way that you like your how you present yourself. Well, there's congruency between your feminine look and your feminine demeanor. If you look really cute and fun and like sexy and everything like that, and you talk like a dude, one of the things that guys always say is like, I think some of these guys or some of those women, they look like they're trans, right? Or they look like they're, is that a man? That's a man, baby. Because like, if you saw a really hot girl and she started talking to you like this, hey brother, hey, I really want you to wipe me up. And she looks like absolutely stunningly gorgeous. I think of the hottest girl you can think of, and her voice is, hey, hey guy, why don't you come on over here? Like, that's the incongruent. I know it's ridiculous, but that's the incongruency I'm talking about. Essentially, by order of degrees. I'm being extreme here, but by order of degrees, that's incongruent. So when women say, oh, I don't know how to get a guy, what happened? All these guys are infantile. Rollo, please help me. How do I get a guy? You have to get back in touch with your inner feminine. And what that sounds like to modern women is that I'm telling them to dumb themselves down. But that's not who I am. I'm like this. I really, when you're a man, we need to go. Hey, you want kids? I need kids too. Okay. My mom wants to be a grandmama. It's a good sign on this contract. Or do you want a woman who is, loving, nurturing, kind, loyal, sexual, right? I mean, think of all the attributes that it's easy. What's funny is I think that it is easier, certainly for Scott Galloway here. It's much easier to come up with a list of attributes that make up the ideal masculine than it is to come up with attributes that make up the ideal feminine. I would challenge a guy like Scott, even myself, like come up with a list of attributes that are intrinsically, inherently feminine, that are although everything he rattled off is very positive. Come up with something that's very positive. We never cast women's femininity in a negative light, or we don't think that there's a potential for anything negative to come out of that. We do, as he's saying, it could be toxically masculine. Now, the other thing he rattled on about here is like respect. Let's hit the dog whistle for respect. He doesn't understand respect. And I can tell you by the way he's described that and the way he's using that word right now, respect to him is in the feminine tense. There's a female version of respect and there's a male version of respect, Pearl. The male version of respect is respectability. As he was saying before, all those attributes that he threw out there, that would make a man very respectable. Don't you think? Hey, I get up at 6 a.m. and I take care of business and I come home and I have an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. And I go out, I take care of my family. I do what the fuck I'm supposed to do. It's like I'm never rewarded for it or appreciated for it because it's what's expected of me. I go out there and I bust my ass and I sacrifice. Men are defined by what they sacrifice. You go ask Jordan Peterson. He'll be happy to tell you about that. But men sacrifice. Men create worlds into which women enter into. That's the fundamental principles of frame right there. But the sacrifices that men make, and also to attain those qualities that he just rattled off, that means you got to go and earn that. That means you have to go and be somebody who does that, those kinds of things. Those are behaviors. Well, they're not just behaviors. They're behaviors that are very virtuous. But the reason we consider them virtuous is because when we see them expressed in men, we think of that guy as respectable. We see respectability in a guy who possesses all of those characteristics, right? He's loyal and trustworthy and strong and dependable and perseverant and rattle them off, right? But you have to be that. You have to live that out long enough for people to say, yep, good old Rollo, he's dependable, right? He's respectable because he's all of these things, right? That's because male respect is hierarchical and it's performance-based. It's merit-based. If you want respect as a man, you have to do something that makes you respectable. For women, it's default. Men should never be toxic and use all of their power and their authority to crush women's little souls. They should respect women because respect to women is communitarianism. It's egalitarian. Everyone deserves respect. Common courtesy and respect. It's what everybody deserves. Everyone's a winner. Here's your participation trophy. Women's respect is a participation trophy. Everybody deserves it. And you know what? As such, unmerited, it is worthless. But it sounds good when you're trying to appease and apologize for men behaving badly.
So I think we need some traditionally, masculine figures to start advocating a new form of masculine. And also to say that it's okay to be masculine. It's okay to want to have sex. It's okay to take risks.
Okay. But it's not okay if you don't respect women while you're trying to have sex with them, because then you become a predator. Be very careful with people who use those terms. Be very careful which, by the way, Jordan Peterson has used before. Let's see. I don't want this dumb bitch, but I do. Okay. Last but not least, I got to get to this because if I don't, I will beat myself up.
Is a woman's nature to want to branch from one man to another that she seems as a better option. Yeah. She deems.
Okay. No, it's not. Okay. That is a very immature, uneducated. I understand what you're saying, but that's not what hypergamy is. Not in the expanded sense anyways. Okay. I like Modern Man podcast. So this is not, I like these guys. And so what I say now is out of love. Okay. This is out of a need for correctness, gentlemen. It's not monkey branch. Monkey branching can be a result of hypergamy, but it's not what defines hypergamy. Hang on one sec. I'm going to call up an old article that I think would probably be this would be a very good time to do this. And you will find this, by the way, in my 5th book, even though people still want to misquote me. It is okay. Here we go. Much better. It's called, I wrote this back in 2018, and it's called Hypergamy, the Misconceptions. And this is a common misconception. I'm going to let him continue on a little bit here, but I just wanted to stop really quickly and say, because he has the best of, like, these guys, they have good intentions. I just don't think they have the education. So I'm going to try to kindly guide you in the right way.
This is a better worthy option. So if she's with a man right now that's making $20,000 a year, she's always has her eye on the man who's making 30. If she's with a guy who's 30, she wants a guy who's making 50. If she's with a guy who's 50, she wants a guy that's making 60. And that's in every aspect. So it could be in looks, it could be in intelligence, it could be in work, it could be whatever it is. Pretty much, it doesn't matter who you are as a man. The moment that she sees somebody else who shows interest that is of a higher caliber than her, or a higher caliber than you, that's hypergamy.
No, it's not. It can be a function of hypergamy, but that is not what hypergamy is. Okay. So let's go back to basics here, my friends, because I'm going to read I just read it straight off of here. Okay. What these guys have talked about here is the belief, and this, by the way, black pill doomers take this and run. And then what happens is I get Hafiz, and then I get Alex from Date Psych, and then I get all these guys who want to say Rollo's wrong, fuck that guy, because they're taking this misconception and they're pointing it back at me. They won't point it at the new guys; they'll point it back at me. So let me clarify things for people, because I've heard Alex from Playing Fire make a similar case. Okay. Rollo just says that women just monkey branch, and that's all hypergamy really is. And boy, it's all gloom and doom. And he has no positive things to say about women. If all you're listening to, and again, with the best of intents, all you're listening to is that message that the guys just said, then yeah, if that's your impression, I can understand why you would have that misconception, but you are in error. And I'll explain to you why. Because what I'm going to read to you is Hypergamy, the Misconceptions, which you'll find in the Rational Male Player's Handbook. It's part of that. I had to put it in there because people kept doing this. So let me see if I can clarify things, because what he's just done is there's a section here that's called Hypergamy is not a straitjacket. And I had to fight bloody murder with black pill doomers and doom pill, spurg towel, whatever the hell. And this was the result of it. Hypergamy is not a straitjacket. This is easily the most common misperceptions I've read. Hypergamy is an evolved social dynamic. That is to say, it is the behavioral extension of biological factors, most notably ovulatory shift. I'll delve into this later, blah, blah, blah. But I covered this in a post called Your Friend Menstruation. And I've also done a couple of videos about ovulatory shift. I'm not going to get into that right now. Hypergamy is a direct behavioral manifestation of ovulatory shift. Okay. Not mate shifting strategy. Okay. But hypergamy is a sexual strategy exclusive to women. Only women are hypergamous. Once again, only women are hypergamous. Say it again. Only women are hypergamous. Oh, but men, no. I'll explain to you why that's not the case. But get that through your thick fucking skulls, because I keep hearing this over and over again. Rollo says this. No, I say this. Hypergamy is a sexual strategy exclusive to women. It is the behavioral manifestation complementary to women's hormonal and biological realities. That's where it starts. Hypergamy at its root level is about the most efficient, sorry, I use big words, pragmatic means of women becoming fertile with the best genetic breeding opportunities, the hottest guy, right? With those, best genes, sexy sons, and simultaneously pairing in the long term with the guy with the best provisioning, protection, and parental investment opportunities available to her. To a strictly deductive analytical mindset, hypergamy seems like a straitjacket. This is an example of it's a straitjacket. Women are always looking for the bigger and better deal. You want to know why a hypothesis like mate switching strategy gets traction? It's because of this misconception here. It's almost as if Dr. David Buss is aligning with what they're saying here with black pill doomers. I disagree. I disagree with the doomers. I disagree with you guys too, but these guys actually have some talent. And I disagree with Dr. Buss on this, and I'll explain to you why. Okay. So if you measure up, you're golden. Okay. If you have a bigger dick, if you're taller, if you make more money, if you stay on top of your game perpetually and you're constantly chasing your tail and you're constantly playing the game, because if you don't, she's going to find a guy who's better than you, right? If you don't, you're fucked. This reflex is a binary either or extreme, and as such, it paints hypergamy as something insurmountable and very deterministic. She will cheat on you. I will admit, I've read some red pill guys either triumphantly or defeatedly cop to this idea about hypergamy. Right here, case in point. What both fail to consider is women's individual capacity to optimize hypergamy in relative contrast to their own sexual market value. Okay. So some chicks can optimize better than others and for longer than others too. If a chick is morbidly obese at 25 years old, she's probably not going to be able to optimize hypergamy as well as every chick I saw last night at Babes in Toyland. Let's just say they can optimize where another woman cannot. Okay. Therefore, hypergamy is not a straitjacket because there's too many variables in between to make it as deterministic as everybody would like it to seem to be. Okay. I've seen low SMV pickup artists pull off what to this mindset should be impossible. Okay. There is so much more to hypergamy than just what a man's looks present. Okay. There are factors and circumstances that can circumvent hypergamy, and there is nothing deterministic about it. Yes, hypergamy is often ruthless, but resigning oneself to binary extremes about it gets men nowhere. Okay. So the reason why I throw that one back in there is because a lot of guys think that they will never get past her hypergamy. Her open, for a while there's these guys who are like throwing out these videos in their cars and 1 o'clock in the morning in the parking lot of Target, talking about open hypergamy as if it's like a verb. She's exercising her open hypergamy. No, dude, you did not read that chapter. Open hypergamy is just women embracing hypergamy, right? But the thing is there's too many variables to have this kind of attitude towards hypergamy. Like, I think what happens is black pill doomers verify and they validate the nihilism that they have with women by saying, yeah, all women will do this. Yeah, it's nothing. It just isn't worth the squeeze. And even if I became so desirable, I wouldn't want to get with these women anyways because there's always a bigger and better deal. I'm fucked. We're doomed. Goodbye, cruel world. And then what happens is you'll get tradcons, or you'll get critics, or you'll get fucking destiny, or you'll get fucking even PUAs, just like Alex from Playing with Fire, man. They will take that and run with it. Rollo said this. Look, all these guys believe this. No, I don't. In fact, I can show you the article I wrote in 2018 that is completely counter to that idea. But it doesn't matter. It would take me longer to explain it than it would for you to call me a son of a bitch in a 30-second video. What can I do? But again, I like these guys. I like Modern Man Podcast. Let's just course correct here just a little bit.
That's how hypergamy works, and all women think this way.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, back in the day, you know, like our parents, the older generation, they couldn't have it was still there, but they couldn't practice it because they didn't have social media. They didn't have a global market to work with.
I love hearing God, and I like these guys too. So again, I don't want to run them up the flagpole. I don't want to be too critical here. I know you read my stuff. I'm good with that. Like, read a little more. So all women are like that. Yeah, well, okay. So let me explain. All women are hypergamous, as I was saying before. However, not all women can exercise hypergamy to its optimal effect. There are too many variables. Remember, also, here's the greatest one is that sexual market value for women is perishable. Women top out at about 23, and then that's when they get on the downhill slide. Wait, should I show you that? Here, there we go. There you are. Okay. That down, the pink bell curve right there, that downswing right there. You want to talk about existential fear? There you go. But here, let me throw that back up. That right there is really what you need to focus on, and not we're doomed, because you're not doomed. Just because a woman is 23 does not mean she's going to be at the top of her game. It's like potentially she should be at the top of her game. It's like me saying, like, I always have to like throw in the asterisk and the caveat about, like, when I say a guy's here, I'll put it back. When a guy's sexual market value is like 36, 37, 38, only if he maximizes his potential, only if he's on top of his game, only if he makes partner in the law firm, only if he's a surgeon, only if he is a business owner, only if he stays on top of his physique, only if he has money and his family and his social skills and everything else and his game and everything else is on point, and he maximizes his potential. Usually the peak is right about there. Some would argue and say it's in his 40s, or some. I have seen articles that say the 50s, but I am 54 and I disagree. But I'm still doing pretty good. But that's really what hypergamy is about. It's the pink bell curve. That's essentially hypergamy dictates that bell curve. Put it that way. So if a woman's 23 years old and she's morbidly obese, she's still all women have this hypergamic subroutine running in their brains. Not all of them can optimize it, okay? And how does that affect a woman's character? Also, there are other buffers. Maybe she's religious. Maybe she was raised in a different country. Maybe she is from a different culture. Maybe her mom and dad have like actually put something, virtuous and good and kind and loving and whatever into her brain. And so she's with you. And as much as she wants to fuck Jason Momoa after she watches Aquaman, she's still good with you. Here's the other part. And this is from Marty Hazelton, Dr. Marty Hazelton, who is, I would say, the preeminent expert on ovulatory shift. One of the things that people kind of just, sweep under the carpet with her research is this. She said, like, people focus on the idea that when women are when they're in their proliferative phase, like right before they ovulate, that's when they're looking for Chad. That's when they're looking for the good seed, man. That's the alpha seed side of the menstrual cycle. And so women will subconsciously or consciously put themselves into situations where the possibility of fucking Giga Chad is a distinct possibility. Like, it could happen, right? We're going to go to the clubs. Yeah, I'll live it up. And then you've heard me do the ovulatory shift stuff, so I won't go into that. But so if that's the case, and women's sexuality is their only agency, and it's a depreciating asset, how does that affect that woman, her decision-making process in accordance with the subroutine of hypergamy that's going on in her head? Like the guy's saying, well, you're doomed. You just have to stay on top of your game and just be the best you can possibly be until the day you die. And if you ever slip, you're fucked. No, you're not. You're not fucked. Because Marty Hazelton also added this to her research, which is if a woman is single or if that woman is dissatisfied in the relationship she happens to be in at that time, women will tend to put themselves into situations where they are, sexual proceptivity is what she called it, right? Basically, women will not necessarily cheat, but they'll put themselves into situations and environments where cheating might happen, right? Because they want to fuck. They want to get with the guy. They want to be impregnated by a chat, right? They want to be impregnated by the good seed. That's if they're single and if they're in a bad relationship. However, the caveat that everybody sweeps under the carpet is that if she is in a satisfying relationship, her words, not mine, she will tend to be more sexually proceptive with the guy she's with. And they have more sex during that time. That was part of the studies, right? We focus on the infidelity side of that equation. We focus, she's single and she's on the prowl and she's telling me she's loyal, but she's not. She's this disloyal Jezebel. She's going to go to the clubs in Vegas. It's a girls' night out. Or it's hey, honey, can me and the girls go to Vegas? Yeah, if she's dissatisfied, if she's got some sort of like questions about your relationship or she's like just not into it, she might find girls' night out right around her proliferative phase of her ovulation. Okay. But if she's a ride or die girl, if she wants to fuck you and she's like, why would I go out there and take chances with my investment with this guy who's actually pretty good in bed? You know what? I'm in my proliferative phase, honey, on the bed. Let's go. Would you like to go upstairs? So when women are in satisfying relationships with guys, yeah, hypergamy is still there. She just wants to fuck the guy that she's already with. I mean, duh. It's to quote Richard Reeves, duh. That's you want to roll. It doesn't have any good news. There's some good news for you. If she's in a satisfying relationship and you're down with it, you're probably going to get more ass right before she ovulates. Be careful. But that's the case, and it's in her research that I quote whenever I talk about hypergamy. That everybody doesn't. No, never mind. Women, they're all the same. They're gonna fuck her. No, they're not. I mean, they might if they're not satisfied with the relationship, but I don't know. What's your relationship? So that's a variable, though. Religion is a variable. Upbringing is a variable. Just because a woman is hypergamous does not mean that behavior or that even really the thinking about it can't be modified. Like when guys tell me like, oh, I'm going to go to a Bible study and find a non-hypergamous woman. No, you're not. They're still looking for the best of alpha fucks and beta bucks. They're just doing it within the context of Bible study or the mosque or the synagogue or whatever your religion is. Women in Latin culture respect men, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, yes, there are definitely ethnic and cultural differences in how men and women hook up and like form families and, but it doesn't mean that hypergamy is not there. It is. It's within the context of whatever it is. If you live in a third world country in, a fishing village on the coast of Chile, or whatever, I've used that one before. Argentina, I don't know. There are fishing villages in Argentina. If that's you and you don't have a lot of money, if the context, okay, well, some hot girls here in the fishing village and I'm the biggest deal here, she's still hypergamous, yes. But within the context of the fishing village in the coast of Chile. So those are the variables. And I think it's very important to remember those things. And yes, I'm not backtracking. Rollo's backtrack. No, dude, they're there. I wrote about it as far back as 2018, fucking 5 years ago, man. Well, I didn't know that. Yeah, you didn't know that, but you're more than happy to like call me out for shit that I never said, or you call me out for things you think I should have said. Well, I did. That's just it. And it takes a long ass time to explain the shit to you, to clean up your mess, young man. Fuck. What else I got to do? You want to keep going? I'll give you another one. I will verify some other things. Oh, here's the other one. Hypergamy is only defined as marrying upward. This is the Jordan Peterson gambit. Okay. This is a pedantic dismissal of a phenomenon based on semantics. Yes, the original term was developed to describe women's tendency to marry up into higher socioeconomic strata by sociologists, but the term deserves a much broader definition in light of the biological and psychological realities we have or we observe in women today. Sounds like a mouthful. That's Rollo. That's old Rollo. Yes, I am fully aware that the term hypergamy is a sociological term that was coined. I don't even know the name of the guy. When the guy was doing analysis and research on the caste system of India, and that women from one lower class caste had a tendency to want to marry men who were in the next caste above them. That's where hypergamy came from. Which, by the way, also proves women's opportunistic nature when it comes to their mating strategy, but nobody wants to say anything about that. And that was back in like the 50s or the 60s. What knowledge and information do we have about human nature and women's nature and sexuality and intersexual dynamics that we have now in 2023 that we didn't have in 1960 when that was being coined? Do you think that it's not time to at least expand that? I mean, if you want to call it something else, fine. But if we're going to call it hypergamy, can we at least expand the definition of it? I know Jordan Peterson has tried to, actually picked up on this. Hypergamy is alpha fucks, beta bucks. It is hypergamy defines women's innate mating strategy. They want the best seed and they want the best guy who has a good job, who makes X amount of. You want to know why women are frustrated and like they don't need no man? They don't need no man because all the beta buck side of their mating strategy is more or less taken care of, or the perception that it should be or is, even though women can't always optimize that, but they believe that hey, you're enough, girl. When women believe, like, remember that girl was in that one video, she's like, I'm enough. And I love myself and I love me and I'm going to marry myself or a chandelier or my bridge or my dog or whatever. I'm enough. I'm enough. I'm enough. I'm a goddess. I got to center on my inner girl God. I'm enough. Do you know where that comes from? That comes from the beta buck side of hypergamy. It comes from a need and a root level evolved like animal visceral need for long-term security because women are the vulnerable sex. That's what defines the beta buck side of hypergamy. So what you will see right now, and I constantly see it everywhere, Dr. David Buss, Jordan Peterson, Michael Knowles, all the tradcons who want to jump into the manosphere, you only focus on the beta buck side of hypergamy, and women already have no use for you. So when we talk about, men need to man up and take responsibility. Well, responsibility, if men were more responsible, then women would shape up, because responsibility implies an ability to meet the needs of the beta buck side of hypergamy. That's why. Because God forbid they would ever recognize, acknowledge, or in any way point to the unflattering side of hypergamy, which is alpha fucks, which is she wants to fuck hot guys. That's if we pointed to that, then suddenly shit hits the fan. That might disempower women. It might mean we're calling them sluts. It also might turn guys off to the fact that they don't measure up to the 4.5% of guys that women actively seek out on dating apps. To remind guys of that, it's like it's almost nihilistic, and rightfully so, because most guys who are in the 80% of guys who don't get laid or who are trying to get out of the 80%, they got to find something. They got to improve themselves. The guys who are doing better, or the guys who are competitive or thinks that they're players, those are the guys that are going to move themselves out of the 80% and at least into the 20%. Now, most guys will say, it's not worth it. Fuck it, Rollo. And vaya con Dios, man. You're not a player. You're not a competitor. I'm okay with that. Good. Bye. See ya. Don't buy my book. If you want to be a player, you want to learn how to do. I hope, I hope you're happy. I really do. I hope you are. I hope you honestly believe that and you act out on that. Great. But again, it comes back to hypergamy. And God forbid any of them, like you will never hear. I mean, I know Jordan Peterson sometimes alludes to it, but like you will never hear Matt Walsh. You'll never, even Dr. David Buss, right? You want to know why he's backpedaling away from ovulatory shift and into like mate shifting hypothesis? First of all, it's social constructionism, which of course aligns with emotionalism and women's interests, gynocentrism. You want to know why Candace Owens and Tommy Lahren and Michael Knowles and just Ben Shapiro and all these tradcons who want to dip their toes in the manosphere, all they focus on is the beta buck side of hypergamy. They think that is hypergamy. That's all there is. Women, well, they want good looking guys, but they because it's easier to digest. Oh, you got to be funny and you got to have a good character and you got to take responsibility, because if you tell guys take responsibility, you're just telling them qualify for the beta buck side of hypergamy. And when you tell that to a guy who's trying to date a woman who's making 3 and 4 times the money he's making, and she's doing it online as an influencer, shit, she can be on TikTok. She doesn't have to have OnlyFans, but let's just say for sake of argument, she's on OnlyFans, and there's no chance in hell he's ever going to be responsible enough to be able to sell his ass on OnlyFans so he can compete and make more money than the girl. And responsibility falls flat. There's no responsibility and authority. I don't want to go into that. Like, responsibility without authority is slavery, right? But that's the cure-all. Here, take this responsibility pill and you'll be better, guys. And women will love you because we got to solve their problems. Responsibility, your irresponsibility is women's problem. No, they got no use for these guys in the first place. Michael Knowles, they got no use for them. Jordan Peterson, David Buss, they have no use for these guys, at least in the long term. According to the beta buck side of hypergamy, there's nothing there. Or at least the perception is there's nothing. Men aren't living up and measuring up. Women don't need men. They want men. Yeah, they want to fuck hot alphas because they got no use for betas. That's why. Jesus Christ, it's not freaking rocket science, man. Okay, so that's it for men. Oh, what the hell? I gotta give you.
He is a woman's
Modern Man podcast. That's what it was. And again, that's, by the way, that's not a flame. I like a lot of the other stuff that they're doing. You remember how I press for accuracy? This is me pressing for accuracy. If I'm going to go and give grief to I don't know how, maybe Tori or yay, a brother just paid his sister's tuition with his dick on OnlyFans. Really? Something tells me it wasn't women who were buying the picture of his dick, Tori. I'm pretty sure it was men, but I could be wrong. And maybe I'm old-fashioned. Maybe he has such a nice dick that women will pay for pictures of it. Anyway, let me see if I can. Oh, would you like me to? Here we go. I have a post, and it's another one from 2017. And this is false equivalencies. And false equivalencies was a post that I put out on hypergamy because people kept saying, well, men are hypergamous too. No, they're not. Because women have attraction floors and men do not have attraction floors. Nobody's ugly after 2 a.m. Guys will go slump busting. Guys are opportunistic breeders. Women are selective breeders. Therefore, they do not have similar mating strategies. Hypergamy is only women are hypergamous. Men, our mating strategy is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. That's it. Do we temper that? Do we have to live like we have walking around with hard-ons? No, of course not. We have ways of controlling ourselves. In fact, I would argue that men are more self-controlled than women are today. Because we have to be. Because we get ourselves in a lot of trouble and we go to jail, or we get a lawsuit or a sexual harassment suit or whatever else. Guys have to have way more self-control than women do. And at no other time in history have they had to have more self-control than women do these days. I would say that. So every time I hear women go, oh, well, we're taught to be, sweet and demure and we don't want to seem like bitches and we don't ask for rate. Have you seen the slut walk? Have you listened to women online lately? Yeah, you might have had a case in the 80s, but not now. Definitely not now. And I love how we go back to, women have been oppressed for so long. And this is some new development. Women are, suddenly we can free the nipple. You see Ciara running around half naked. Hey, let's normalize titties being out, which I'm okay with as long as they're nice looking titties. But it's I think that would probably cause more problems than they would solve. But don't tell me that if we have free the nipple that you're oppressed and we don't want to. Don't judge me. I'm going to show my boobies. I always talk about how they always get naked, right? Let's make it easier. We're going to get to the point, I think. Mike says, we've hit the Overton window of OnlyFans will hit the conservative Overton window, which is it'll become normalized in a tense that it would never become normalized. And his theory is this: is that only for a girl to be on OnlyFans, he said you will see within the next if not sooner, within the next 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years, you will see the first Republican conservative woman who puts herself into public office via OnlyFans, and everyone will and the Republicans and the conservatives will be A-okay with it. It will be normalized. Sex work will be normalized, and it will be so normalized that groups who were previously against it will be for it, or they'll be okay with it. It's just a means to an end. Hey, well, she's got to get hers, right? She's a powerful woman, and now she's the mayor because she had anal sex with her husband on OnlyFans. But, if it puts a Republican in office, then I'm okay with it. Well, I forget where I got this line from. It's like folk wisdom. What is it? The rot of all principle begins with one compromise. There's your Rollo Confucius saying for today. Yeah, I kind of wanted to read false equivalencies, but it's kind of a long ass post. I think that's. Oh, well, I can read you the daddy parts here. Let me see. People confuse. Okay, so here, yeah. Okay, so I'll just get you the salient points here real quickly, just because people always wonder why I say that only women are hypergamous and men because we have different mating strategies, right? So people confuse optimization with hypergamy. Both men and women optimize, meaning they want the best they can get. This is just a human trait, right? We want the big apple, not the scrawny worm-eaten apple, because that one provides more sustenance, right? Meaning they want the best they can get of anything and everything. Men and women optimize everything: jobs, cars, houses, furniture, friends, even churches. Men and women optimize with each other, but men and women optimize with the opposite sex in different ways. And that's where the confusion comes in. So when you hear people say, well, men are hypergamous too, don't they just want to get with the hot piece of ass? Well, yes, but let's continue. Hypergamy in its current iteration in the manosphere means essentially this: is attracted only to people who are more attractive than I am. Okay, that's the attraction floor. Okay. Women will be sexually attracted to men who they perceive as above them in attractiveness. They will be somewhat attracted to men who are at their rough sexual market value level. But that man must bring other things to the table, usually provisioning and commitment, before she will have sex with him. And women are never ever sexually attracted to men who are perceived as beneath their sexual market value. That's why women are hypergamous and men are not. Okay. Now you say, well, men want to get with the best of the best. They do, but we're way more opportunistic. Okay. So here's the example. A woman with a sexual market value, let's just call her, she's a 7, right? Will be sexually attracted to males with a sexual market value of an 8 or above. She will pair with a man who is a 7 if and only if he brings other things to the table. She will never be sexually attracted to a male 6 on down. And she will be able to easily get sex with men above her sexual, and she will be able to easily get sex with men above her in sexual market value. She can occasionally get relationships with men who are 8s. She can easily get in relationships and sex with a male who is a 7. Male 6s on down are her orbiters, with whom she'll never have sex. When we asked the question on Access Vegas about I think one of the questions was, ladies, did you go to Walgreens lately, or have you been to CVS? Like, did you notice the guy who was stocking the shelves? He's the 5'6" Filipino guy who's working his way through college. Did you notice that guy? And like women, like, no. I go, yeah, because he's sexually invisible. They don't even. I would argue that because remember, this was written back in 2017. I would argue that the guys who are the orbiters, if they're 6s, maybe. I would say women probably have more 7s as orbiters than 6s, but 6s on down are the invisibles. They're beneath notice. And I think that's important because that also illustrates and describes hypergamy in women, in that it's not even that it's like she won't have anything to do with those guys who are beneath her or perceived to be beneath her in sexual market value. Having sex with them is like, that doesn't even enter the equation. But the reason it doesn't enter the equation is because they don't enter her notice. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then continuing here. Men do not operate like this at all. And that's the difference. Men are not attracted to women who are above them, or not only attracted to women who are above them in SMV. A man can and often is attracted to women who above him in SMV, and to women at his SMV, and also to women below him in SMV. What is sexual market value is SMV. Okay? What is also different is that the level of women he can get and how well his relationships will work out is based on his and her sexual market value. The difference, the ratio. I have another whole nother article, actually several articles on SMV ratios between men and women, informing attachments, emotional attachments at different SMV levels. A man will be unable to continue a relationship with a woman above his SMV. He is very sexually attracted to them and occasionally lucks out and gets sex with 1 or 2, but he can't sustain a relationship with them. He can get sex from women at his own, at parallel, at a parity, at his sexual market value level, but only if he goes all in and offers commitment plus value added, right? He can most easily get sex with women below him in sexual market value. Many times, no strings attached sex. Okay. So you want to know where your fuck buddies come from? It's the girl who perceives herself, or he perceives her, as being one step below him or beneath him in sexual market value. Example. A male 6 will rarely get with a 7, but can't keep anything going with her. He will rarely. He's not even on the radar of a female 8 or 8s on up. Okay. He can get sex with a female 6 if he offers commitment and provisioning. He can most easily get with women, with women 5s and on down. Okay. And here's the grand difference. This is why here's the crux of this. A man is okay with having sex with women at and below his own sexual market value. In fact, he'll be the happiest in his relationships with women who are just beneath his sexual market value. A woman is meh about sex with men at her sexual market value, and she is positively repulsed and sickened at having sex with men below her sexual market value. She'll be happiest in relationships with a man above her own. And remember, this is perceptual. I'll circle back around to this. This is her perception of her own sexual market value versus the guy that she's with. You want to know why you see guys who are with women who are just stunning, stunners, right? And you look at the guy and you go, what the fuck is he doing? How did this happen, right? There's something that offsets that deficit, but that deficit is defined by how she perceives herself, her own self-estimate, her own self-worth, her own self-esteem, her own perspective of her own hotness versus the guy that she's with. Like if the guy, like realistically, we say, God, how'd she get with that guy? That guy's a 6 and she's an 8. But if she perceptually sees herself as a 5, that's how the 6 gets with the 8. So bear that in mind. It's perceptual. Okay. So she'll be happiest in a relationship with a man above her own sexual market value, and she can tolerate a man at her sexual market value. And she'll be miserable at best with a man beneath her in sexual market value and will tend to blow up those relationships. Men and women both have attraction floors. Men's attraction floor is below their own SMV. Women's attraction floor is either above her own SMV and sometimes at her own SMV, but it is never beneath it. That is why only women are hypergamous. Can we get that through our heads now? Thank you. I think we can. That's not a black pill point. You want to know why? Because I wrote that back in 2017. If it's a black pill point, they took it from that, or they took a variation from that. Got it? Go look. You know who didn't write that? Undead Chronic. You know who didn't write that? The hammer hand guy, whatever. You know who didn't write that? Face and LMS. You know who didn't write that? Let's see. Who's the new hero? You name the come up in the black pill. They didn't write that. Yes. That's a black pill. No, that's a roll of tomato. That's a red pill point, my friends. You can go and take that and use that and all you want in your black pill prescriptions, but like show some respect. Yep. All right. Yep, that is what it means. Alpha fucks and beta bucks, but it's also staggered. Okay. You got to remember, alpha fucks and beta bucks is like that. Yeah, women are all hypergamous, but you got to remember that the behavior, like the mating strategy that is derived from alpha fucks, beta bucks is that staggering that I just said, right? At parity, above parity, and like way above parity. Do I have the graph? I might have the graph. 1 second. Let me see if I got the graph. If I have the hypergamy graph. No, I don't have it loaded up. Sorry. But yeah. Back again. There we go. All right. So, would you like me to say your name? Here. That's my new favorite. And this is good too.
Well, I'm a whore.
That's always a good one. All right, guys. So, you ready for the big news? All 827 of you, you're about to be rewarded with the premier announcements. I don't think they've announced it. I hope they haven't. I hope I'm not like stepping on. I hope I'm not late to the party. I just got back from Los Angeles in Burbank, and I was at Babes in Toyland, and I was just hobnobbing, for lack of a better term. And, who was I hobnobbing with? Would you like to see? I'll show you who I was hobnobbing with. Hang on. Let's see if I can call these up. Will those come up? Yeah, there we go. Okay. You ready for this? Here's who I was hobnobbing with. Is that a thing? Here's who I was hanging with. Bitches and hoes. All right, here's me and Jessica Vaughn. Okay, green line dudes. It's all yours. And then, of course, I was with CJ Sparks. CJ actually lives in Laurel Canyon. So she was like, she lives in Hollywood. If you don't know who CJ Sparks is, go look her up on Twitter and you will definitely know who she is. She's been on the show once or twice, and that was us screwing around at Babes in Toyland. Thought I'd show you those. Here you are. Yeah, where's the green lines? Come on, I'm giving you some free licks. Give me the green lines. Yeah, hobnobbing with Hobgoblin. Hello, they're all 304. I need a let's see. I need a walrus sound. Walrus sound drop. Yes. Yep. That is absolutely true. Wait, hold on a second. That was like, hold on. Wait a minute. This is too juicy not to do this. Wait, hold on. This is too good. Okay, we're at the end of the show, so I can screw around. Hang on. Is this one? No. Okay. Well, okay. I'll throw this one in too. Hang on. Let's open those. There you go. Okay. I hate to share screens with you guys, but this is where I didn't go to LA for nothing. So here we go. Wait a minute.
Like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes.
Oh, man. Wait a minute.
Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled. You know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
Okay, that's too funny. That's too good. I had to pair it up. Thanks for reminding me. I'm glad I did that one. Okay, so here's your announcement. I will be back in Las Vegas on Wednesday because Myron and Fresh are coming to Vegas on Tuesday. And they have an interview lined up with Dan Bilzerian and I think two other guys of note. I forget the names now. God damn it. I'm blocking on it. But Dan Bilzerian, of course, I remember. So Dan, it'll be an interview with Myron Fresh, Dan Bilzerian. I'm pretty sure Mike and I will be. I don't know if I'll be I might be in the room, but it's going to be them with Dan Bilzerian. I mean, if Dan wants us there, I'll be happy to go. But it'll be Wednesday of this week. So we will be in Vegas again. And finally, we're going to give it to you. You're going to get it. We're going to have Myron, Fresh, myself, Mike, and we're going to try, because we can only get 8 people at the table, we're going to do Access Vegas again this Thursday, 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to bring, I think Mike is going to source the girls who I think would probably be the best challenge for Myron and myself and everything. So we can have this like more intent, like we're going to finally have the conversation that we actually wanted to have, you know, so we can. So we're going to be doing Access Vegas on Thursday, this coming Thursday, which I believe is the 24th, on the 24th. In Las Vegas once again, and shenanigans are going to happen. I'm sure there's going to be other shit that we're going to do. We'll probably go to clubs. I am going to take Myron to a Games Workshop store because the one in Vegas is pretty badass. We're going to geek out. I think if we can get away for like a couple hours to go to the Games Workshop or the Warhammer Games Workshop store in Vegas, we're going to go. I'm going to load him into my new Camaro. Well, my 2011 new Camaro. If it's good weather, I'll put the top down. And me and Fresh will go rolling down the strip playing Poontang Boomerang by Steel Panther. So if I can make that happen, I will. So I will be there from Wednesday through Friday. I believe they're there from Tuesday through the weekend, but I don't know what their schedule is. I know they'll be there at least Tuesday through Friday. So Thursday, we're going to do Access. We're working. There's a lot of moving parts in this, but we're going to be on Thursday. We'll have Myron and Fresh on Access Vegas. We're going to have, I want to get Jamie Villamore we had a short list of girls that we want to have on the show. Now, the problem we have, now people can say, well, why don't you get more girls? We want to. The problem is it's a smaller studio and it's a much more intimate setting, meaning we only have 8 mics and we only have the capacity to really sit 8 people at that table. Where Sticky Paws Studios, which is the place where we do those shows, they have two. If you've seen my live streams on my Instagram, you know what I'm talking about. But there will be there's 2 studios in there. There's Studio A and Studio B. Studio A is the one where it's like 2 seats across from each other, and then there's a couch kind of in the middle, and it's good, but you can only fit like maybe 4 or 5 people in there max. Whereas like the bigger studio, you can get 8, and even that's pushing it. We could probably get women on the peripheries. We might be able to get like more than 4, but I think we're going to go with 4 for now. And if we can get more, I think what will happen is once word gets out, I think a lot of these girls are going to want to be in on it too. So we might actually have to like sort of pick and choose who we want to have on the show. But it will be myself, Mike, Myron, Fresh, and at least 4 of the Access girls on the show with us. And trust me, that is going to be that really, you know, they put heated debate in the titles. Okay. And they go, where's the heated debate? Right. There will be a heated debate. Trust me on this. So yeah, that will not be clickbait. That will definitely be true to the content of the video. So that is coming up on,
like, man, relatively don't get no holes.
That's coming up. That is coming up on Thursday of this week. So I will be back in Vegas, which means that the show we were going to do on, damn it, there you go. The show that we were going to do on the 30th, we're going to just swing it to Thursday. So, but I think it's definitely worthwhile. And it's going to be fun. It's not going to be blood sports. We don't do blood sports. We do engaging conversation. We do, active negotiations. We do emphatic point making debate, right? Let's what other euphemisms can we use? So there you have it. Okay, so it'll be Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday will be the Dan Bilzerian thing. I don't know if it's going to be a live stream. I think it might be recorded, but I'll let you know. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Twitter. And if you don't, why don't you? This is your Podclass. Rolo, I have a friend, Adjustable 6. So she cleans up to a 7. Working in Amazon as a principal engineer, bring home more than $350,000 a year, but he is miserable with a woman. 4. I told him to hold off. He can get an easy 6, but he's desperate. Desperation is a stinky cologne, my friend. Well, that's too bad. Oh, hey, Modern Man, there you are. There you go. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Again, don't take any offense. This is just the gentle course correction for you. Just I felt like I needed to do that because I like what you're doing, but just you come to class more often. Show up. Stop being tardy. Anyways, the for you, Flip Flop. Oh well, let's give you this. That's only plays well when you're doing something else. Yeah, well, good on you. But you could at $350,000 a year, and he's a 6. You know that what's funny is like what would take for him to go to a 7? Because a guy who is making $350,000 a year and he's a 7, like physique wise, I don't know what his game's like. As a physique wise, you're not even, like, why are you even like? You want to know the prime example, by the way, of why men are not hypergamous and women are. So it's like, oh, well, women want to get with it. Optimization is not hypergamy. Keep that in mind. There's two. Got to make that distinction there. Thank you. He's probably a fat ass. There you go, Rampage. Thank you for contributing. Let's see what else. I will tell you this. And here, let's have parting shots here. When I go and I do Babes in Toyland, when I did Access Vegas, I people message received. Okay, let me just explain to you, because I got people who tell me like, Rolo, those girls that are on your show. I mean, like, a lot of people will say, oh, they're 304s, they're ratchet, fuck those girls, blah blah blah. You know, they're not real normal girls. They're more normal then I would say, like, personality wise, most of them, with a few notable exceptions, are pretty normal. Like, they're pretty down to earth. When I was sitting next to, Vanessa, who I already know personally because she is the really longtime girlfriend of John Orlando, who's the owner of Sticky Paws. I'm glad she was on the show because I've been wanting to get her on. Mike's wanted to get her on for a while, and she is really good at conversation. She's really good. She added a lot to that show. And if you go to her Instagram, oh my God, you want an athletic girl? She's 5 feet tall, maybe just a little touch under. But in her shoes, she was at least 5 feet tall. She's a hammer. I mean, she is just fit, and she's a gym rat. She's gorgeous. She has a beautiful face. She is role simping. I'm just spelling it out. I'm just explaining the obvious here. Okay. She has a degree. She has a degree in cultural anthropology, something like that. Oh, it's a useless degree. Fuck her. No, but she can she can speak semi-knowledgeably on a great many different topics. I give her compliments. Okay, fine. Fun-sized. Yes, very much so. Absolutely gorgeous. Go if you want to, what the hell is Vanessa's last name? I can't remember now. Anyways, the link, by the way, to her, all their Instagrams are in the Access Vegas show from Thursday. If you want to go look her up, just stunning. She's Devil Girl in the thumbnail at the very tail end of it. But like when I see that, I have to think about perceptions a lot. Because I think a lot of guys think that, oh, those girls aren't normal, Rolo. And well, from one perspective they are, and from another perspective they aren't. And they're not normal in the sense that they're elite level girls. They make a lot of money. And they look gorgeous and they make a lot of money. And as a result, they're kind of victims of their own success. They're gorgeous, but they have become, for the most part, the men that they want to marry. Maybe not. Well, I mean, so Vanessa's with John, so maybe that's out. But she's just, I mean, from an intact family, carries on a good car. She didn't drink at all because she's a gym rat, right? So very down to earth. It was a breath of fresh air, put it that way. And I think that I want to lean more towards trying to find girls like that. Because it's fun to have the ratchet girl, sort of mix things up. I got it. We try to get a good mix, but I think we have the most beautiful chicks on any podcast. And I think that is off-putting to a lot of guys because their frame of reference for women as what's a normal woman is not that. And I have to sort of back myself up and sort of like take the, check myself, like, have the God's eye view of this whole thing. Is like most guys in the manosphere don't have the same frame of reference that I do, or that Mike, the hell, even Miguel, that don't have, they're there. We're doing this is like their reality. And I come back, to Reno and I'm all domestic and I'm, come see my wife. I go run with Ned, and so I kind of I live not completely, but I live a different lifestyle than a lot of guys that are in the manosphere. I have a wife coming up on 27 years. I have a really great daughter. She's 24 years old. She's getting married too, right? Yeah, for all the criticism I get from Hafiz, it's like, I'm living your ideal life, brah. just saying. I have a great dog too. I'm getting another one, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. I've got a new dog on the way. We're going to get her from a girl dog. We're going to get her from the agency probably first or second week of April. Her name is Anna, and I'll post pictures of Anna pretty soon because Ned needs a friend. He needs a sister or a girlfriend or whatever we're calling her. So Ned's going to have a partner pretty soon. I'm going to hook him up. It's going to be arranged marriage for Ned. Bambi tragically passed away in December. And so we kind of decided, hey, he's a different dog now because of that. He's never known anybody but Bambi. And so it's kind of sad in some way. Yeah, it's his bitch, his O's. we got to get him we got to get the dog a dog, you know. There you go. Not yet. Don't get me there. Don't put me there yet, dude. I will be 55, by the way, on April 2nd. And I don't think I'll be in Vegas then. April 2nd's a Sunday. I might even do a birthday show. Should I do a birthday show? I'm going to do a birthday show just for you guys because I'm so dedicated to this bullshit. I'll do a show on I believe it's a Sunday. So April 2nd is my birthday. I'll be 55. Hell, well, why not? Let's just we'll do a birthday blowout. How's that? I don't think I've ever done a birthday show. And I don't want to hear, and Aaron Clary, I don't want to hear any wisecracks about AARP. And that goes double for you, you son of a bitch. Let's see, talking with you less. Thanks. Yeah. I went on with Andrew not too long ago. And yes, I know, Aaron, you know what we need to do, man? We need to do like all three of us at some point. Oh, by the way, I got Robert Kiyosaki coming to Vegas as well. I also have Cassie Mayer is coming in. She's a stand-up comedian. She's sort of a political pundit, but she's also she follows me. I follow her, and I didn't realize she was going to be in Vegas, so I'm going to try to get her in Vegas. It'll be like the end of April. So I got Cassie Mayer coming in too. Yes. Should I? You know what? I'll tell you what's funny is it's not quite yet, but I can tell that because this is the new studio, and I can tell it's already going to be hot in here in the summertime. So sun's out, guns out. What's that, Andrew? I'll come to Vegas to hang out with you guys for sure. That'd be good. Oh, you know, it would be great because we could get you and Miguel and Charlie and me and Aaron, and we could just like sit back and smoke cigars. If we could smoke cigars and sticky paws, I think that would be made for a fun show. We'll do the Hawaiian shirt show. How is that? Oh, you saw Cassie? Really? Yeah, Cassie's good. Yeah, I like her. I think it's going to be fun. And what's funny is she's playing at this club that actually I think Mike has some ins to. So that's coming up. I got her more or less confirmed for it's April 26th. Don't quote me on that, but it's around then. But she's coming to Vegas, and it'll be fun. A good time will be had by all. Yes, a cigar show. I wonder if there's a place in Tivoli that we could probably go to and do we could probably do a live remote from there. That would be fun. They'd probably be cool with it too. We're just sitting at the couch and smoking stogies and just talking shit. That'd be fun. Anyway, I understand why old guys like that now. Not that I'm an old guy, but like I understand why those old guys like that. So anyways, no, well, yeah, I wish I could have got them. The shows, I went to the show for Steel Panther like 2 weeks ago. It was a lot of fun. I even put pictures out. You guys should go look at the pictures. Yeah, it was fun. I would love to get those guys, but the reason why I couldn't get them is because Las Vegas was the first gig of their world tour. So they're like really busy. There you go. All right, guys. What else do I have going on? Wednesday, I will be in Vegas. So there ain't going to be no midweek show. If you are in my Patreon group, I'll be doing that tomorrow. It will be at 6 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be 9 p.m. Eastern. We go for 2 hours. And if you want to get in on the group chat, you have to go to my Patreon. The link is in the description. It's the top tier. It's $200 a month. But for that, you get 2 hours with me one-on-one, but you can ask me questions. It's just basically our private group. Right now we have, I believe, 15 active members, and we usually get about 10 or 12 guys per like meetup. It's a Zoom call. But if you want to participate in that, consider it, pick it up. If you have a question, you say, I can't, Rolo, I don't know. I want to do one-on-one with you, but I can't afford it. But that's why I do the group calls. If you want to get into Men of Action, that is also the second link down. Second link or third link. Go do that. Go check that out. And last but not least, there is finally an Access Vegas channel. And right now it's just an archive, a repository for all of our shows because I still have 208,000 subs on this channel. And so it will always be sent to this channel until such time as we can build up the subscriber base for Access Vegas. So if you haven't subscribed to Access Vegas, it's the third link in the links below. Please hit that up. Also, I have a Substack now. Subscribe to Substack, my Substack. And let's see. Oh, very important. Very important. So people are going to ask, well, where is the live stream going to be for Access Vegas and Fresh and Fit? Good news. We're simulcasting for the first hour. Anyways, we're simulcasting. So for the first hour of the Fresh and Fit Access Vegas meetup show on Thursday, the first hour will be on this channel right here where you're at, and it'll be simulcast to Fresh and Fit. Then after the first hour, I'm killing the stream here, and then it will be just on Myron and on Fresh and Fit's channel. We're doing that just so we don't like dilute the viewership, because we figure there's probably going to be a good amount of people there. If you get frustrated with the chat on Fresh and Fit like I do now, because they're playing to about 22,000 live views. I think they're averaging about that right now, maybe more. But you'll notice that the chat just whips by. Well, if you can't get a chat in or a super chat in on Myron and Freshish, you can probably do it. Most likely you can do it right here. So, and sorry, by the way, for last week, because I got sick. I got norovirus on Friday, Torsha, and I was completely like flat on my back on Saturday. I was just like dead to the world. And then Sunday I tried to do a show and I was just like, there's no way. So I had to cancel the show last Sunday. That's why I flew my happy white ass back from Burbank on a JSX plane to Reno in the early morning so I could come and do this show just for you guys, all 716 of you that I have left. So thank you for watching. I appreciate you. I love each and every one of you. Class dismissed. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is Jevani Sanders. It is the best head of my life. And by the way, that has a double meaning to it. It's not just like suck my cock, right? And it is also the theme song for Access Vegas. I'm using it as the outro. I'm going to change it up pretty soon, but just for now, I'm going to keep using it. And the reason why is because it is probably his best song in his archive right now. And it's exploding on Spotify right now. So if you haven't put it in a playlist or if you hadn't downloaded it, please do. It's great. And you're supporting a Red Pill artist. We got some other Red Pill anthems that we're working on. We've got one called Friend Zone, right, Jevani? That's the one we're going to do next. We got some really good ones coming up too. So check that out. And yes, there is. Oh, by the way, there's more. I've got merchandise incoming because I've been working on Trial of Ascension merchandise as well, because we're working on new material right now. So I want to have a new theme for our shit. But I'm also doing merch for this channel, which should be coming soon. There's also going to be merch for Access Vegas with the logo and some other spicy stuff. You know me, I do the art for it. So it's always going to look good. There you go. Got it. Yeah. Bye. Goodbye. Let's see. So let's see. Where is it? All right. I will leave you with this. The wise words of Jevani Sanders. Where we go? There we go. It's on Spotify. Go get it.
Again, I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools, please do the same. Time came by. Okay. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. While you're screaming my name. She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby girl, run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, when you're down to it all night, but maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Damn, baby, one more again, won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Damn, baby, one more again, then I can have some more.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved and a registered trademark 2023. Don't steal my shit.